Alright, give me a moment to start the stream. I'm making my thumbnail. Enjoy the lo-fi though. Alright, the thumbnail is made for the YouTube, so check it out. Enjoy this lo-fi as well.
The Cook and the Dragon at World's End. BAAL P H. The Cook and the Dragon at World's End by BAAL P H. Chapter 1, Soup for the End. The settlement was silent, stripped of everything but the people who could no longer leave it, nor escape it through the mercy of death. Bran arrived at the edge of the starving camp just as the pale, bruised evening set into the sky. He was 34, lean from years of endless travel, his shoulders broad under the agonizing weight of his supplies. He wore a heavy leather apron reinforced with stitched steel plates, a patched wool shirt, and ash-coated high leather boots. With every step he took, the enormous backpack he carried announced his arrival with the dull clink of hanging pots and the faint rustle of swaying dry herbs. He carried no sword for protection. His only weapon was an enormous chef's knife that he refused to use against the living unless absolutely necessary. The villagers watched him with hollow, exhausted eyes, their bodies ravaged by starvation that could no longer kill them, yet tormented them all the same. Bran halted in the center of the camp, his warm hazel eyes constantly studying the needs of the people before a single word was spoken. His olive skin was permanently stained by soot and smoke, and his chestnut hair, streaked with premature gray, was tied loosely at the nape of his neck. Someone whispered from the shadows, asking what it would cost to buy a handful of scraps. Bran did not ask for payment. Instead, he unshouldered his massive backpack and began to unfold it into an entire portable kitchen. He laid out his folding cutting board and unhooked his spice jars from his utility belt. His hands, marked with countless burned scars, cuts, and old knife wounds, moved with a practiced, quiet reverence. In a world where every meal was temporary, Bran believed that very impermanence made the act of eating sacred. He drew water and began to prepare the soup, working entirely from memory and muscle. Cooking itself was slowly becoming a struggle as the fundamental laws of nature unraveled, but tonight the fire held steady against the bottom of his pot. He moved with immense patience and empathy, wasting no food and wasting no words. When the soup was finally ready, the rich, forgotten aroma of seasoned broth and root vegetables drifted through the starving settlement, pulling people from their dilapidated shelters. Bran filled their empty bowls using a simple wooden spoon, his personal symbol of service in the dying world. He smiled at them as he served, not because the broken reality they inhabited was good, but because he knew these people desperately needed someone to show them warmth. For the first time in days, the villagers ate, and what began as a desperate consumption of calories slowly blossomed into a profound emotional celebration. Bran watched them eat, firmly rooted in his belief that no one should face the end of the world hungry. In those brief, shared moments over warm bowls in the cold dirt, the act of serving food became love made tangible. As the villagers finally drifted into a peaceful sleep, their bellies full and their despair momentarily quieted, Bran began to pack away his kitchen. He cleaned his enormous chef knife, secured his spice jars, and hoisted the heavy pack back onto his scarred shoulders. Long before the sun could rise, he walked out of the settlement, leaving quietly to avoid their gratitude. When the village awoke to the lingering scent of smoke and the memory of the meal, a quiet realization rippled through the survivors. As they looked at the empty space where his portable kitchen had been, rumors began to spread through the dying lands. The last cook came, they whispered to one another, finding a strange, fragile hope in the ashes of the morning. Chapter 2: Bread that refuses to stay down. The morning air felt dangerously thin, lacking the heavy, grounding weight it once possessed. Bran walked alone through a petrified forest of ash-choked trees, the silence broken only by the rhythmic sway of dry herbs and hanging pots on his enormous backpack. He had walked for hours since leaving the starving settlement before dawn, moving with a steady, quiet rhythm. As the sun crested the horizon, painting the sky in pale, bruised hues, his stomach finally tightened with its own familiar emptiness. It was time to cook. Finding a small clearing, he unshouldered his heavy pack and unrolled his canvas mat, laying out his folding cutting board and his jars of spices. Cooking had once been an act of simple chemistry and heat, but over the last few years, the fundamental laws of nature had begun to unravel. The great gravity collapse, as some called it, was slowly pulling the world apart. Bran struck his flint, coaxing a spark into a bundle of dry tinder. The flame caught, but it did not rise toward the sky. Instead, the fire burned sideways, the orange tongues licking horizontally across the dirt as if drawn by an invisible, conflicting wind. Bran watched the erratic flame with warm hazel eyes, adjusting the placement of his cast-iron pan. He had to construct a small, makeshift wall of stones just to angle the heat where he needed it. He unstoppered his leather canteen, carefully pouring water into a heavy bowl. The water did not splash. Instead, it crawled sluggishly up the sides of the bowl, fighting against the weakened pull of the earth, trying to escape its container. Bran sighed, using a wooden spoon, his personal symbol of service, to gently coax the water back to the center. The world was becoming impossible to live in, and cooking was becoming a daily battle against the shifting laws of reality. He reached into a heavily patched pouch and scooped out a handful of coarse, dark flour. As he sifted it over the water, a gust of wind caught the powder. Rather than falling, the flour hung suspended in the air, a miniature drifting galaxy of wheat and dust that refused to settle. Bran's scarred hands, marked by countless burns and knife wounds, moved with practiced patience. He cupped his palms, capturing the floating flour and forcing it down into the stubborn water, kneading the mixture with quiet determination. The dough felt wrong beneath his fingers, too light, lacking the dense, satisfying resistance of proper bread. He shaped it into a rough loaf and placed it in the heated pan, weighing it down with a flat stone to keep it from drifting away. As the heat finally penetrated the dough, it began to bake, but the expansion of the air inside it caused the bread to lift, straining against the rock. Bran sat back on his heels, adjusting his heavy leather apron reinforced with stitched steel plates, and watched the struggling bread. This was what survival demanded now, a constant creative defiance of a world that was literally falling upward. He could not stop the mountains from eventually floating, nor could he fix the broken cycle of death, but he could adapt his techniques to ensure that, for today at least, there would be food. When the bread was finally baked, he lifted the stone, caught the rising loaf before it could drift into the canopy, and took a slow, deliberate bite. It tasted like ash and endurance, a small victory in a world that refused to stay down. Bran chewed the dense, stubborn loaf slowly, savoring the coarse texture against the roof of his mouth. In an era where the earth itself was letting go and gravity was steadily collapsing, the simple, grounding weight of the food in his stomach felt like a profound rebellion. He meticulously cleaned his cast iron pan, wiping it down with a frayed cloth before strapping it securely back onto his massive backpack. The hanging pots clinked against one another, providing a familiar, comforting rhythm amidst the terrifying, unnatural silence of the shifting forest. Every tool had its designated place on his utility belt: the spice jars, the worn wooden spoons, the folding cutting board, and the small, leather-bound journals of recipes. In those pages, he did not merely record the measurements of ash, grain, and roots. He meticulously documented the memories and histories of the meals he prepared, knowing that his cookbook was slowly becoming the last true history of humanity. As he resumed his solitary journey, the landscape around him offered a beautiful, horrifying testament to the great gravity collapse. The canopy overhead was cluttered not only with pale leaves, but with loose topsoil, pale moss, and uprooted shrubs that had simply detached from the forest floor and floated away. A nearby stream no longer adhered to its ancient carved bed. Instead, the water beaded into large, shimmering spheres that drifted lazily upward, catching the bruised morning light like fragile floating jewels before disappearing into the mist. Bran adjusted the heavy leather apron reinforced with stitched steel plates, deeply grateful for the heavy physical burden it placed across his broad shoulders. Objects were becoming noticeably lighter by the day, a process that had begun years ago and was now accelerating, making travel a precarious balancing act. He had already heard whispered rumors from other travelers that entire cities were beginning to tear free from their foundations, their desperate citizens using heavy chains to anchor their drifting homes among the clouds. Yet Bran kept walking. His scarred hands, marked by years of burns, cuts, and old knife wounds, firmly gripped the worn leather straps of his pack. He possessed no sword, carrying only an enormous chef's knife that he stubbornly refused to use against the living unless absolutely necessary. The world was becoming impossible to live in, an endless series of physical anomalies and unspooling laws of nature that turned basic survival into a grueling puzzle. But as long as people remained anchored to the dying earth, enduring the slow, maddening agony of a starvation that could not actually kill them, Bran would keep finding ways to force fire to burn sideways and water to boil. For Bran, every meal was inherently temporary, and in a broken reality where life stretched on endlessly without the mercy of death, that fleeting nature was exactly what made the act of eating sacred. He paused at the edge of the petrified tree line, his warm hazel eyes scanning the distorted horizon. In the distance, the jagged peak of a distant mountain was slowly fracturing, groaning against the earth as it prepared to tear loose and take flight into the sky. Bran watched the impossible sight with an exhausted, quiet empathy, his chest heavy with the sorrow of a dying planet. He reached up, ensuring the wooden spoon tucked into his belt, his personal symbol of service, was secure, and took another deliberate step forward into the fraying world. Chapter 3: The Empty Graves. The earth itself seemed to be rejecting its own history, the soil turning loose and light as the world's gravity continued its agonizing collapse. Bran approached the mist-shrouded cemetery just as the bruised twilight settled over the drifting landscape, the familiar, rhythmic clink of hanging pots and dry herbs swaying on his massive backpack. The graveyard was a chaotic tapestry of tilted monuments and disturbed earth, but amidst the desolation, a solitary figure remained at work. It was Sister Myrle, an elderly nun widely known as the Keeper of the Empty Graves. She was tirelessly shoveling pale, ash-choked dirt into a freshly dug hole, her small frame stooped but entirely resolute. Inside the shallow pit lay a young man, his body violently twisted from a fatal fall, his chest crushed beneath the weight of a shattered cart. Yet just as Bran halted at the edge of the burial ground, the dead man's chest heaved. His eyes fluttered open in the dirt, and a horrifying wet crunch echoed through the silent cemetery as his broken bones violently knitted back together. Bran watched with his warm, empathetic hazel eyes as the man gasped for air, clumsily clawing his way out of his own grave. The young man brushed the soil from his torn clothes, offered the elderly nun a bewildered, traumatized nod, and stumbled away into the darkening forest. Sister Myrtle simply sighed, leaned heavily on her worn shovel, and methodically began to fill the empty hole back in. Every corpse climbed back out, yet she buried them anyway. Bran did not ask her why she continued this endless, seemingly insane task. Instead, he unshouldered his enormous pack, his heavy leather apron groaning under the shifting atmospheric pressure. He unrolled his canvas mat, set out his folding cutting board, and carefully struck a flint to coax a stubborn fire that licked sideways across the upturned soil. From his utility belt, he drew his wooden spoon, his personal symbol of service, and began to prepare a rich, heavily spiced root stew. He moved with practiced reverence, his scarred hands working to tame the crawling water and floating embers. The thick, comforting aroma of the broth eventually drifted over the open graves, prompting the elderly nun to finally pause her endless labor. Bran approached her quietly, offering a warm bowl held out in his burned, calloused hands. She accepted it with dirt-caked fingers, murmuring a quiet, fractured prayer before the steam. "People think I am insane," Myrtle said softly, her voice raspy and thin. "They watch me dig. They ask why I bother to labor in the dirt when the bodies simply wake and walk away from me." Bran sat across from her on a toppled headstone, his large frame resting as he watched her eat. "Why do you?" he asked, his voice carrying no judgment, only the profound, observant empathy that defined his travels. Myrtle took a slow, deliberate sip of the broth, closing her eyes as the warmth spread through her exhausted body. "Because rituals comfort the living more than the dead," she replied, her gaze meeting his. "We need a physical place to put our grief. When the end of the world arrived, we assumed it would be an event, a sudden silence. But it is just an endless continuation. If death is gone, what gives life meaning?" Bran looked down at the empty bowls hanging from his pack. In a broken reality where starvation tormented the body but could not kill it, and where executions and illnesses had become mere inconveniences, the sheer endlessness of existence was becoming a profound psychological torture. He reached for the small, leather-bound journal of recipes on his belt, his fingers tracing the worn cover. His cooking, much like her burying, was an act of temporary grace in a permanent nightmare. "Every meal is temporary," Bran said quietly, repeating the core philosophy he lived by. "That is exactly what makes it sacred." Myrtle offered a small, fragile smile, an expression that perfectly mirrored Bran's own weary, persistent resolve. In this desolate, unnatural graveyard beneath a sky filled with drifting debris, Bran realized he had found his closest philosophical companion. They finished their meal in companionable silence, two caretakers holding desperately onto the rituals of a world that refused to end, finding a profound communion not in the saving of lives, but in the comforting of souls. The empty bowls sat between them, scraped clean of every last drop of the spiced root stew. Bran reached for his leather canteen, careful to unstopper it slowly so the water would not escape. He poured a small measure into the iron bowls to clean them, watching as the liquid lazily tried to bead and crawl up the curved sides, an ever-present reminder of the earth's failing grip on its own surface. He used a frayed cloth to wipe the metal down, the repetitive, grounding motion anchoring him against the dizzying, unnatural reality of the graveyard. Sister Myrtle watched his scarred hands work, her own dirt-caked fingers resting lightly on the handle of her worn shovel. "Before the end, people feared this place," she mused softly, her thin voice barely carrying over the strange, upward rustle of the ash-coated leaves. "They feared the finality of it. Now they come here seeking that very finality. They lie down in the dirt, hoping the earth will remember how to keep them, but it never does." Bran secured the clean bowls back onto his heavy utility belt, the faint clink echoing like a misplaced bell in the damp mist. He looked out over the sea of disturbed earth. Dozens of shallow pits lay open beneath the bruised sky, mounds of pale soil piled haphazardly beside them, monuments to an endless cycle of futile resurrections. "It must be agonizing," Bran said gently, his hazel eyes reflecting the dimming embers of his sideways burning fire. "To dig day after day, knowing they will simply knit their bones back together and climb out." "It is," she admitted, leaning heavily on her tool. "But if I stop, then we accept that we are in hell. As long as I dig, we are still human. We still honor the passage, even if the door itself has been boarded up. I do not dig for the dead, Bran, I dig for the living." She raised a trembling hand and gestured toward a tilted marble headstone a few yards away. "Look there." Bran followed her gaze. The heavy stone, carved with names no longer tethered to mortality, was vibrating slightly. Slowly, painfully, the earth around its base began to fracture and give way. With a low groan of tearing roots and shifting soil, the marble monument detached from the ground and began to lift, caught in the invisible upward tide of the great gravity collapse. It joined a slow-moving river of floating pebbles and uprooted pale moss, sailing silently toward the darkened canopy. "The earth cannot even hold its own memories anymore," Myrtle whispered, a profound sorrow etched into the deep lines of her face. "Memory is heavier than stone," Bran replied quietly, reciting a truth he had rooted into his very soul. He touched the small, leather-bound journal of recipes hanging at his hip. In those pages, he wrote the histories of the people he fed, knowing that soon books and words might be all that remained of the world they once knew. "When the stones float away, we will simply have to carry the weight ourselves." The elderly nun smiled, a fragile, deeply tired expression that held the weight of 1,000 empty graves. She was the keeper of a fractured faith, a woman who understood that without death to give life its natural urgency, kindness and ritual had to take its place. They sat together as the night fully claimed the cemetery, a silent communion between a wandering cook and a gravedigger. They were both caretakers of a broken world, offering a desperate, temporary grace, one through the warmth of a fleeting meal, the other through the cold comfort of a temporary resting place. When Bran finally stood to leave, his heavy leather apron reinforced with steel plates groaning against his broad, exhausted shoulders, he did not offer a farewell. Goodbyes felt hollow in a world where everyone was trapped together indefinitely. He merely nodded to Sister Myrtle, adjusting the massive backpack that carried his portable kitchen. As he walked away into the petrified, ash-choked forest, the rhythmic clink of his hanging pots fading into the mist, he heard the rhythmic, determined scrape of her shovel biting into the earth once more. She was digging another grave, preparing a place for the next broken soul to temporarily rest, fighting the apocalypse one shovelful of dirt at a time. Chapter 4: The Man Who Couldn't Stop Killing. Decades earlier, before the world began to fracture and the Earth's gravity failed, Harrowt Vale was a man who believed that violence was a permanent solution. In this timeline shift, Harrowt was still actively operating as a serial killer, completely unaware that the fundamental rules of reality had just been broken. He was an imposing figure, tall, broad, and immensely strong, a physicality forged not from disciplined training, but from the sheer, brutal act of surviving on the fringes of society. Harrowt possessed extremely pale, nearly colorless eyes and dark hair that he cropped unevenly with rough knife cuts rather than any proper grooming. He draped his large frame in simple traveler's clothing, heavily favoring a thick gray cloak and worn fingerless gloves. He deliberately avoided wearing any armor, jewelry, or decorative items, driven by a deep-seated belief that he had absolutely no right to beauty. In his hands, he carried an old, heavy woodsman's axe, an instrument of terrifying, blunt force. On the night the world quietly refused to end, Harrowt cornered a solitary traveler in a desolate, shadowed ravine. With cold, practiced efficiency, he brought the heavy axe down, delivering a fatal strike that should have instantly severed the man's tether to the living world. The victim collapsed into the cold dirt, his life bleeding out into the darkness. Harrowt stood over him, waiting for the familiar, silent finality that always followed his grim work. Instead, he witnessed a miracle that felt entirely like a curse. Within minutes, the victim's shattered bones violently knit back together with a horrifying, wet crunch. The dead man gasped violently, his lungs inflating as his eyes fluttered open in the moonlight. Death had simply stopped working, and nobody could die. Driven by a sudden, chaotic panic, Harrowt retrieved his woodsman's axe and killed the man again, and again, and again. He swung the heavy blade until his arms burned and his chest heaved, desperately trying to force the universe to obey the violent laws he had mastered. Every time the victim's body hit the forest floor, the earth stubbornly refused to keep him, forcing the broken flesh to regenerate and the stopped heart to beat once more. Harrowt spent hours murdering the exact same man, trapped in a macabre loop of endless, futile slaughter. Eventually, the heavy woodsman's axe slipped from Harrow's blistered, trembling fingers, thudding uselessly into the soil. The victim, drenched in gore but entirely immortal, slowly sat up from the mud. He did not scream, nor did he attempt to flee from his attacker. Instead, the man calmly wiped the blood from his eyes, looked up at his exhausted murderer, and simply asked, "Are you finished?" In that chilling, impossibly mundane moment, Harrow experienced genuine horror for the very first time in his life. He realized that his life's dark work had been entirely erased. Death could no longer solve his problems, and he was now trapped in a world where he was forced to actually live indefinitely alongside the very people he had tried to destroy. His grim actions were no longer a terrifying conclusion, but merely a temporary, agonizing inconvenience. This horrifying realization marked the beginning of his endless psychological torment, a path that would eventually lead to his own countless failed executions, leaving his face marked with dozens of gruesome scars from every method humanity attempted after death vanished. He would come to deeply fear the very woodsman's axe he used, hating the weight of it in his hands, and would eventually adopt an empty noose as his personal symbol, a haunting, permanent reminder of the death that simply could not keep him. For Harrow Vale, the true apocalypse was not the sky falling, but the terrifying prospect of eternity with his own inescapable guilt. In the agonizing months and years that followed that fateful night in the desolate ravine, society slowly caught up to the terrifying reality that mortality had been entirely erased. For Harrow Vale, the horror of his victim sitting up in the mud was only the prologue to a decades-long nightmare. He did not attempt to flee his crimes. The sheer existential dread of a world without consequence paralyzed him. He was eventually captured by authorities who were still desperately clinging to the old laws, and he was subjected to the dying world's justice system. They tried to hang him, but the drop only shattered his spine, leaving him to dangle in excruciating agony until his bones violently knit themselves back together. They tried the guillotine, leaving impossible, jagged scars across his neck as his severed flesh miraculously and grotesquely reattached itself. They tried poison, drowning, and every other method humanity attempted in their frantic desperation to enforce an ending that the universe no longer allowed. Harrow's face and neck became a gruesome tapestry of his own punishment, carrying dozens of permanent, horrifying scars from these failed executions. He was trapped inside a physical body that stubbornly refused to let his spirit escape, transforming his daily existence into an endless, inescapable prison. As the decades bled away and the great gravity collapse began to literally unspool the world, causing the very earth to fracture and drift upward into the sky, Harrow became a wandering ghost in the dying lands. He discarded any semblance of comfort or pride, cloaking his tall, broad frame in simple, heavily worn traveler's garments, favoring a thick gray cloak and fingerless gloves. He deliberately stripped himself of any armor, jewelry, or decoration, anchoring himself to the deep-seated, agonizing belief that a man with his history had absolutely no right to experience beauty. He still carried the heavy woodsman's axe, but he grew to deeply hate the weapon, terrified of the dark, blunt instrument he had once wielded with such cold efficiency. He refused to cast it aside, instead bearing its weight on his back as a heavy, physical manifestation of his inescapable guilt. His personality, once defined by brutal dominance, collapsed inward. He became an incredibly awkward, painfully quiet man, consumed by an agonizing honesty that made interacting with other immortal survivors a constant struggle. As he walked the fractured, ash-choked roads of the unraveling world, he found himself constantly apologizing to the air, whispering desperate regrets for atrocities that nobody else even remembered anymore. For the first half of his life, Harrow had firmly believed that monsters never change. But as the endless years stretched on without the merciful release of death, he slowly discovered a profound, devastating truth. Monsters were simply people who had lived entirely too long with their own unyielding hatred. The apocalypse had stripped away his ability to end lives, forcing him to actually look at the people around him and endure their collective suffering. He realized that if he was forced to live indefinitely among the immortal remnants of humanity, he could no longer afford to be their destroyer. His redemption, he understood, could never be earned through forgiveness. His sins were far too vast, and the wounds he had inflicted could never truly heal. Instead, true redemption would have to be earned through absolute, unyielding service. Tying an empty noose to his belt, his haunting, personal symbol of the death that had rejected him, Harrow Vale turned his scarred face toward the drifting, bruised horizon, desperately searching for something fragile left in the broken world that he could protect. At 47 years old, Harrow Vale had spent a significant portion of his life trapped in the horrific aftermath of the world's refusal to end, enduring a nightmare far longer than his time as a bringer of death. As he walked the fractured, ash-choked roads of the dying lands, the heavy woodsman's axe strapped to his broad back served a grim, unexpected dual purpose. Not only was the dark iron a physical manifestation of his inescapable guilt, but as the great gravity collapse accelerated and objects grew increasingly lighter, the dense weight of the weapon literally helped anchor him to the failing earth. He trudged through petrified forests where loose topsoil, pale moss, and shattered stones broke free from the ground to float upward into the dark canopy. His nearly colorless eyes watched silently as, in the far distance, a jagged mountain peak finally tore loose from its ancient foundation and began to drift into the bruised sky. Harrow possessed a strong, tall frame, built not from disciplined military training, but from the brutal, unyielding act of simply surviving on the fringes of a broken society. He kept his thick gray cloak wrapped tightly around his broad shoulders, trying to hide the most horrifying evidence of his failed executions, while his fingerless gloves gripped the frayed straps of his pack. He wore absolutely no armor, jewelry, or decorations. He remained anchored to his agonizing belief that a man with his history possessed no right to beauty. When he passed the hollow, starving remnants of humanity huddled in the ruins of collapsed towns, he did not look away. His personality, once defined by terrifying, violent dominance, had completely collapsed inward, transforming him into an awkward, quiet man burdened by a painful, relentless honesty. He would occasionally stop in the middle of a desolate road, look into the empty spaces where his past victims might have once fallen, and whisper desperate apologies to the air for atrocities that nobody else even remembered anymore. For years, he had tried to find his own ending, desperately seeking a way out of his own mind. He had repeatedly attempted suicide, throwing himself from high cliffs and seeking the bottom of deep, cold rivers, hoping to force the universe to let him go. But nothing ever worked. Every time, his broken bones simply knitted back together with a wet crunch, and his ultimate punishment remained an endless, agonizing existence. A devastating internal conflict constantly gnawed at his soul. Who was he if he could no longer escape his past through death? Because death could no longer solve his problems, he was forced to actually look at and live alongside the very people he had once tormented. The horror of his past actions weighed far heavier than the floating continents drifting in the clouds above him. It was during one of these endless, silent walks that he first heard the whispered rumors drifting through the starving, desperate settlements. Survivors spoke with fragile reverence of a wandering man carrying an enormous backpack full of swaying dry herbs and hanging pots. They called him the Last Cook, a man of 34 with warm hazel eyes who traveled the dying lands freely serving heavily spiced root stew, and ash bread to those tormented by a starvation that could not kill them. Harrow listened quietly as these hollow-eyed survivors spoke of the warmth this cook brought, a man who treated every temporary meal as something profoundly sacred. Harrow reached down, his rough, scarred fingers brushing against the empty noose tied securely to his heavy utility belt, his personal haunting symbol of the death that had violently rejected him. A profound realization settled over his exhausted mind. In a world where everyone was eternally, painfully hungry but unable to die, desperate men would inevitably try to tear apart a man carrying a portable kitchen. If Harrow's redemption could never be earned through forgiveness, because his sins were too vast and forgiveness required forgetting, it would have to be earned through absolute, unyielding service. He could not heal the unraveling world, nor could he undo the blood he had spilled, but he could become a shield for the one man trying to feed it. With a painful, quiet resolve, Harrow adjusted the heavy woodsman's axe he so deeply hated, turned his scarred face toward the direction of the rumors, and began the long journey to find the last cook. Chapter 5: Ash Bread. The world was unspooling from its foundations, and nowhere was this agonizing reality more apparent than in the floating farming villages that dotted the bruised horizon. Bran arrived at the edge of one such settlement just as the afternoon light bled into a hazy, ash-choked dusk. Here, the great gravity collapse had violently uprooted the earth, leaving massive chunks of fertile soil drifting lazily several feet in the air. The villagers were attempting what they called cloud farming, utilizing long tethers and weighted nets to cultivate floating crops that stubbornly refused to stay grounded. It was an exhausting, maddening endeavor, as traditional agriculture had entirely failed. Wheat had stopped growing long ago, leaving the starving people to rely on strange, mutated substitutes. Bran unshouldered his enormous backpack, the heavy iron pots and swinging bundles of dry herbs clinking together in a familiar, grounding rhythm. His broad shoulders, draped in a heavily patched wool shirt and a heavy leather apron reinforced with stitched steel plates, ached with the immense physical strain of carrying a portable kitchen through a world where his own supplies felt increasingly lighter. He wiped the soot from his weathered olive skin and observed the weary farmers with his warm hazel eyes. They were pulling strange, gnarled roots from the floating soil beds and harvesting tough, pale mushrooms that clung to the undersides of suspended rocks. They were starving, a hollow, endless torment in a world where starvation could no longer kill them, but their spirits were visibly more broken than their immortal bodies. Without asking for permission or payment, Bran stepped into the center of the struggling settlement and began to unfold his kitchen. He laid out his folding cutting board and unhooked his spice jars from his utility belt, his movements quiet, patient, and incredibly observant. He drew his enormous chef knife, a blade he carried solely for his craft and stubbornly refused to use against the living unless absolutely necessary. With practiced reverence, his scarred hands, marked by countless burns, cuts, and old knife wounds, began to process the villagers' meager, bizarre harvest. He meticulously diced the tough mushrooms and finally grated the strange roots, ensuring not a single scrap was wasted. The true challenge lay in the abrasive, dark crop the villagers had managed to salvage: ash grain. Bran poured the coarse, charcoal-colored powder into a heavy iron bowl. As he added water from his canteen, he had to actively fight the shifting atmosphere. The water sluggishly tried to crawl up the sides of the bowl, and the flour caught in the sideways wind, attempting to hang suspended in the air. Bran used his wooden spoon, his personal symbol of service, to forcefully fold the moisture into the ash grain, blending in the roots and mushrooms until a dense, stubborn dough began to form. He built a small, carefully structured fire pit using heavy stones, coaxing a spark from his flint to create a flame that licked horizontally across the dirt. Placing the dough into a cast iron pan, Bran had to immediately weigh the lid down with a heavy rock, as the expanding air inside the bread caused the entire loaf to strain upward, desperately trying to rise into the sky. As the dense, earthy aroma of baking mushrooms, roasted roots, and toasted ash grain began to waft through the settlement, the hollow-eyed farmers slowly abandoned their floating crops and gathered around the last cook. Bran smiled at them, not because the broken reality they inhabited was good, but because he understood that these people desperately needed someone to. When Bran finally lifted the heavy stone and opened the pan, the dark, steaming loaf of ash bread was ready. He carefully sliced the dense bread and distributed it to the gathered villagers. The bread was intensely coarse, tasting of the earth's resilience and the sheer, agonizing endurance required to survive the dying world. As the villagers chewed, a profound silence settled over the camp. The simple, temporary act of sharing a warm, carefully prepared meal did something the unraveling laws of nature could not. It revived the village's hope far more than it revived their starving bodies. In a reality where nobody could face the finality of death, the fleeting comfort of the ash bread became a profoundly sacred anchor to their humanity. Later that night, as the farmers finally rested beneath the drifting soil of their cloud farms, Bran pulled one of the small, leather-bound journals of recipes from his belt. By the fading light of his sideways burning fire, he documented the exact measurements of the ash grain, roots, and mushrooms. But more importantly, he wrote down the memories of the village, recording how they had fought the sky to pull sustenance from floating rocks. Every recipe he wrote told a story, and as he closed his book, the recipe for ash bread became a permanent memorial to their fragile, beautiful defiance. He cleaned his enormous knife, hoisted his heavy pack, and prepared to walk into the ash-choked dawn, firmly believing that no one should face the end of the world hungry. The embers of the sideways burning fire cast long, trembling shadows across the camp, struggling against the unnatural laws of the dying world. Bran had just bound his small, leather-bound journal with a frayed strap, the fresh ink of the ash bread recipe drying in the cold, thin air. He was preparing to pack his folding cutting board when the profound silence of the sleeping settlement was broken by the deliberate crunch of heavy boots. A solitary figure detached from the gloom and stepped into the dim light of the horizontal flame. It was the village elder, a man whose hands and forearms were brutally scarred with deep rope burns from years of frantically anchoring floating crops to the fracturing earth. The older man did not speak immediately. He simply stood staring at the heavy cast iron pan that had temporarily forged a miracle out of abrasive ash grain, mushrooms, and gnarled roots. In a reality where the sheer, suffocating weight of an endless existence crushed trivial conversation, silence carried immense meaning. It tasted like the old world, the elder finally rasped, his voice raw and hollow. Bran did not look up from securing his spice jars to his utility belt, though his warm hazel eyes constantly studied the man's profound exhaustion before another word was spoken. It was only coarse grain and bitter roots. The elder slowly shook his head, looking up at the bruised sky where massive chunks of fertile soil drifted lazily in the dark. No, it tasted like we were still meant to be here. The older man lowered his gaze, staring at his own ruined hands. "I have starved for 3 years," the elder confessed, his voice dropping to a harsh whisper. "I have thrown myself from the edge of that floating field twice, hoping the ground would finally grant me peace, but it just violently knits my bones back together and forces me to wake up. We are trapped in a house that is burning down, Cook, but the fire simply refuses to finish the job." Bran stopped his packing, his large frame settling back onto his heels. He did not offer hollow platitudes, knowing that in a reality where nobody could face the finality of death, optimism often felt like a cruel insult. Instead, Bran listened with the quiet, empathetic patience that defined his endless travels. The elder gestured weakly toward the journal resting near Bran's patched wool shirt. "You write down what we eat." "I write down who you are," Bran corrected softly, his voice carrying a restrained, emotional resonance. "Every recipe tells a story. Your people fought the sky to pull sustenance from floating rocks. That is worth recording." The elder laughed, a dry, broken sound devoid of any real humor. "We are ghosts who cannot leave. Why remember us? There is no future left to leave these books to." Bran's scarred hands, marked by countless burns, cuts, and old knife wounds, rested gently on the cover of his cookbook. "Because memory is heavier than stone," Bran said, reciting the philosophy he anchored his very soul to. "The earth is letting go of everything. The mountains are floating and the dirt is tearing free. If we do not actively carry the weight of who we were, we will simply drift away into the dark with it." The elder absorbed the heavy truth of the words, the silence stretching long and thin between them. He reached into his frayed tunic and pulled out a small, smooth river stone, turning it over in his calloused fingers. "My daughter passed before the end," the elder whispered, a profound grief finally fracturing his stoic expression. "I used to envy her. I used to think she was lucky to escape this hell. Now, I think I just miss her." Bran understood the agonizing paradox of a world trapped in permanent stagnation. "Death gave life its natural urgency," Bran explained softly, the flickering embers reflecting in his exhausted eyes. "It gave us a reason to hurry, to build, to apologize, to love quickly before the time ran out." The elder looked at the wandering cook, his hollow eyes searching for an answer the unraveling universe had stopped providing. And what are we supposed to do now that the time never runs out? Bran reached out, securely tying his wooden spoon, his personal symbol of service, to his belt. Without death, Bran answered, his voice a steady, unbreakable anchor in the dying night, kindness must. The elder nodded slowly, a single tear escaping his eye. Because of the failing gravity, the tear did not fall, but instead curved lazily upward, catching the dim firelight before disappearing into the mist. The older man stood, his spine straightening just a fraction, the simple meal having revived his fragile hope far more than his immortal body. "Thank you for the bread, cook," he murmured, before turning and walking back into the shadows of the drifting village. Alone once more, Bran hoisted his enormous backpack onto his broad, aching shoulders, the hanging pots clinking together in their familiar, comforting rhythm. As he walked out into the ash-choked dawn, the echoes of their brief, heavy conversation fueled his unyielding resolve. He would keep walking, he would keep cooking, and he would ensure that no one faced the end of the world hungry. Chapter 6: The Shadow in the Clouds. The sky over the fractured, drifting plains did not darken from an approaching storm, but from a solitary, colossal shadow that simply swallowed the bruised afternoon light. Bran paused on the ash-choked road, his hand moving instinctively to steady the hanging iron pots on his massive backpack. The sideways wind suddenly died, replaced by a suffocating, unnatural pressure that pressed the floating topsoil back into the earth. Above him, eclipsing the sun, was Vesper. She was nearly half a mile long, drifting through the unspooling atmosphere with a slow, agonizing grace. One wing alone was vast enough to plunge an entire ruined city into sudden midnight. At the edge of a nearby settlement, survivors dropped their weighted nets and froze in absolute, paralyzing terror. In a world where mortality had vanished, humanity no longer feared the finality of a dragon's fire, but rather the unimaginable horror of being burned alive only to constantly regenerate in the ashes. They dropped to their knees in the dirt, covering their heads, trapped in the paralyzing dread of an eternity in flames. But Vesper never attacked. Bran did not cover. He stood perfectly still on the ruined road, his warm hazel eyes looking up at the sky with profound reverence. Unlike the monstrous, roaring beasts of ancient human mythology, Vesper appeared entirely, heartbreakingly ancient. Her massive scales resembled weathered obsidian, lined with deep veins of dull gold running beneath them like cracked pottery that had been painstakingly repaired long ago. Sweeping backward from her colossal skull were horns that looked like broken tree roots. Several had been violently shattered over the centuries, and nothing had ever regrown. Because her movements through the failing gravity were so slow, so impossibly patient, life clung to her enormous form. Birds darted through the air to nest upon her broad back even as she flew, and small, pale flowers grew stubbornly from the deep cracks between her scales where rainwater had collected. Yet she was also a living tapestry of the world's ancient cruelty. One side of her massive neck bore hundreds of old, brutal ballista wounds, and thick, rusted chains remained permanently fused into her flesh, remnants of forgotten wars fought long before the earth began to tear itself apart. As the last mother banked slowly against the clouds, her wings stretched wide, revealing deep, unhealing tears in the dark webbing. Through those ragged holes in her wings, entire constellations shone brightly against the daylight, stars piercing through the canvas of her impossible grief. An elderly traveler huddled in the ditch beside the road, his hands trembling as he stared up at the sheer magnitude of the creature. The silence of the dying world felt heavier than iron, stretching thin until the man finally broke it with a raw, desperate whisper. "If she breathes fire," the old man choked out, his voice vibrating with terror, "we will burn forever. We will never stop burning." Bran did not take his eyes off the sky. He did not reach for the enormous chef's knife at his belt. Instead, his scarred hands gently touched the small, leather-bound journal of recipes, his record of memories resting against his hip. "She is not here to burn us," Bran replied softly, his voice carrying a restrained, emotional weight that cut through the old man's panic. "She is just looking for a memory." High above, Vesper turned her colossal head. She possessed massive amber eyes that held no rage, no monstrous fury. They were simply exhausted. She locked her gaze on Bran, watching the wandering cook from an impossible, staggering distance. Bran understood the terrible, silent truth of her presence. She was hunting the human bloodline responsible for the accidental extinction of her children thousands of years ago, a horrifying mistake humanity had committed without ever realizing the genocide they had wrought. Bran had simply inherited that history, carrying the distant sins of his ancestors in his very veins. Vesper knew the man with the wooden spoon was not guilty. She knew he spent his days feeding the starving and fighting the broken laws of nature just to offer brief moments of comfort. But grief, especially a grief that has festered for millennia, rarely listens to reason. They simply watched each other in a profound, heavy silence. The last cook and the last mother. She did not roar, for she never raised her voice. She offered only a melancholy stillness, a silent communion between two beings crushed by the weight of a world that refused to end. Slowly, with the heavy, rhythmic beat of her star-pierced wings that sent a gentle gale of warm air over the petrified forest, Vesper turned away. She drifted back into the bruising clouds, a wandering monument to sorrow, leaving the terrified settlement completely unharmed. The old man in the ditch let out a ragged, weeping breath as the afternoon light slowly returned to the fractured earth. Bran stood quietly for a moment longer, watching the sky where the constellation-riddled wings had disappeared. He knew the ancient dragon would return. Revenge survived far longer than the people who started it, but Bran was anchored to the desperate hope that compassion could survive even longer. Adjusting the heavy, stitched steel plates of his apron across his broad shoulders, Bran stepped forward, resuming his solitary walk into the unraveling world. Chapter 7: Before Kingdoms. Thousands of years before the earth began to unspool into the sky, the world was heavy, whole, and profoundly beautiful. In a nonlinear timeline shift to roughly 9,400 years ago, gravity held the mountains firmly to their ancient foundations, and rivers carved deep, purposeful paths downward into the dark soil. Death was still a merciful, absolute certainty, granting every living creature the natural urgency to build, love, and exist fully before their time ran out. In this unbroken era, long before the rise of desperate kingdoms and the eventual great gravity collapse, dragons coexisted peacefully with early humanity. High in a lush, emerald nesting valley untouched by fire or iron, a young Vesper lay resting beneath a brilliant, unbruised sun. She was already ancient by the fragile standards of men, having been born 10,000 years ago, yet in the grand, sweeping arc of her own kind, she was in the absolute prime of her life. Unlike the exhausted, scarred monument to grief she would one day become, this version of the dragon was a breathtaking masterpiece of the natural world. Her massive scales resembled pristine, weathered obsidian, intricately lined with deep veins of brilliant, unbroken gold. No rusted chains were fused into her flesh, and her long neck was entirely free of the hundreds of brutal ballista wounds that would eventually mar her hide. When she stretched her colossal wings, they cast a solid, perfect shadow over the valley. The dark webbing was entirely whole, untorn by the passage of centuries, hiding the stars rather than letting them shine through ragged holes. Curled safely within the protective curve of her massive, sweeping tail were three newly born dragon hatchlings. They were small only in comparison to their mother, tumbling playfully over one another in the rich, heavy dirt of the valley. Vesper watched them with massive amber eyes that held no sorrow, no exhaustion, and absolutely no need for revenge. She was simply a mother, and her world was entirely defined by the warm, grounding weight of her children pressing against her obsidian scales. She lowered her great head, her sweeping horns still perfectly intact, resembling magnificent tree roots brushing gently against the earth as she let out a deep, resonating hum. It was a slow, rhythmic lullaby that vibrated through the bedrock, a song of safety that the hatchlings chirped back to an innocent, clumsy harmony. At the edge of the heavy tree line, a small group of early humans emerged from the dense foliage. They wore simple, woven tunics and carried no weapons forged for war. They were a quiet people who understood their delicate place in the grand hierarchy of the living world. They did not freeze in paralyzing terror at the sight of the colossal beast. Instead, they approached the edge of the nesting valley with a profound, silent reverence. The leader of the group, a woman with sun-baked skin and eyes full of awe, stepped forward to lay a freshly hunted heavy stag upon a flat, sun-warmed stone. It was not a toll demanded by a monster, but a voluntary offering shared between neighbors in a balanced world. Vesper did not roar, for she never raised her voice. She simply shifted her massive weight, allowing the golden afternoon sunlight to catch the flawless veins beneath her dark scales and look down at the tiny, fragile human. The human woman placed her hands flat against the grounding earth, a gesture of absolute respect, and looked up into the dragon's bright, clear amber eyes. "May the earth keep your children safe, mother," the woman whispered, her voice trembling not with fear, but with the overwhelming privilege of standing before something so divine. Vesper blinked slowly, a silent, majestic acknowledgement of the shared grace between their species. She reached out with a massive, clawed hand, delicately accepting the offering without disturbing a single blade of grass beneath it. The humans backed away slowly into the trees, their hearts full, returning to their own brief lives while the dragon returned to her eternal one. There were no fractured laws of reality, no floating ashes, and no empty graves. There was no conflict yet, only a perfect, fragile peace. As the sun finally dipped below the heavy mountains, casting a warm light over the three sleeping hatchlings, Vesper rested her massive chin in the dirt, entirely unaware of the horrifying, unintended destruction that early humanity would accidentally bring upon her nesting valley merely 2 years in the future. For now, in this ancient, forgotten timeline, the world was simply beautiful, and she was not yet the last of her kind. The sun dipped lower, painting the heavy, ancient clouds in brilliant strokes of violet and burning gold. In this era, long before the sky forgot how to hold itself and the great gravity collapse unspooled reality, the twilight was an absolute grounding force. The 3 dragon hatchlings stirred against Vesper's pristine obsidian scales, their tiny, unscarred bodies thrumming with the innocent vitality of a world that still obeyed its own natural laws. One of the hatchlings, a fragile creature with scales the color of wet river stones, clumsily tumbled over its mother's massive, unbroken, root-like horn. Vesper let out a low, vibrating hum, a sound that resonated deep within the solid bedrock. The earth beneath her was dense, reliable, and firmly anchored to its ancient foundation. She gently nudged the tumbling hatchling back into the warm, protective curve of her massive tail, her clear amber eyes reflecting a profound, quiet contentment. In these forgotten centuries, grief was a distant, unnatural concept to the dragon, for there was absolutely no reason to mourn when life and death existed in perfect, beautiful harmony. The early humans who shared the valley understood this delicate balance just as intimately as the massive beasts. In the distance, far below the heavy, forested slopes, small plumes of campfire smoke rose perfectly vertical into the evening air, entirely unbothered by the bizarre sideways winds that would plague the dying lands thousands of years later. Because mortality was still a merciful certainty, giving life its natural urgency, the humans loved quickly and built their small communities with desperate, beautiful purpose. Their presence in the Emerald Nesting Valley was not a threat, but rather a natural, peaceful extension of the living ecosystem. Vesper watched the distant, flickering smoke with quiet patience, harboring absolutely no malice or need for vengeance toward the tiny, industrious mortals. Water cascaded reliably down the face of the nearby cliffs, splashing into deep, cold pools that held their shape without lazily crawling upward into the atmosphere. One of the older hatchlings waddled to the water's edge, its small, clawed feet sinking comfortably into the wet, dark soil. It drank deeply, entirely unaware of the physics of its own existence, simply trusting the world to provide exactly what it needed. The sheer, suffocating weight of an endless existence had not yet crushed the trivial joys of the earth, and the dragons lived entirely in the profound grace of the present moment. As the mountain night fully claimed the emerald nesting valley, the air grew cold and thick. Vesper shifted her colossal weight, stretching one of her massive wings over her sleeping children like an impenetrable living canopy. The dark webbing was completely whole, unborn by the centuries of brutal ballista fire that awaited her in the distant future, and it perfectly hid the night sky rather than letting the constellations shine through ragged, unhealing holes. She rested her great chin against the heavy dirt, listening to the rhythmic, comforting breathing of her hatchlings. The world was entirely whole, and her heart was completely full. She closed her massive amber eyes, settling into the dense, reliable soil, tragically unaware that the perfect, heavy earth she cherished would eventually betray them all. The ancient dragon slept peacefully beneath the unbruised stars, completely oblivious to the horrifying reality that the fragile human beings tending their distant fires would accidentally destroy her nesting valley and break her heart beyond repair in merely 2 years' time. Chapter 8: The Floating Blacksmith. The rhythmic, frustrated clang of a heavy hammer echoing through the fractured canyon did not sound like creation. It sounded like a man actively fighting the sky. Bran followed the metallic ringing off the ash-choked road, the stitched steel plates of his heavy leather apron groaning against his broad, exhausted shoulders. As he rounded a bend of petrified, upward-curving roots, he found an open-air forge that looked more like a shipwreck caught in a violent storm. This was the domain of Orrin Flint, a blacksmith whose workspace was violently rebelling against the very nature of his craft. Before the great gravity collapse, a forge relied entirely on the undeniable heavy truth of the earth. Now the massive iron anvil, an object that should have weighed hundreds of pounds, was hovering 3 feet off the dusty ground, tethered desperately to a shattered stone column by thick, groaning iron chains. Orrin, a man whose forearms were corded with thick muscle and layered in soot, was performing an absurd, exhausting dance beneath it. He swung his hammer upward, striking a glowing piece of steel against the bottom of the floating anvil. Instead of bouncing, the brilliant orange sparks rained down onto his boots, sizzling against the dry dirt. Bran unshouldered his enormous backpack, the familiar, grounding clink of his hanging pots announcing his arrival. He stood silently, his warm hazel eyes observing the absolute madness of the floating forge. Orrin paused, chest heaving, and wiped a streak of dark grease from his brow. He looked at Bran, then up at his suspended anvil, and let out a sharp, grating laugh that held equal parts genuine amusement and profound disbelief. He was half inventor and half comedian, armed with a defiant humor that felt entirely alien in the suffocating despair of the dying lands. "I used to make swords," Orrin rasped, leaning heavily on the handle of his hammer to keep his own boots firmly in the dirt. "Glorious, deadly things, but you cannot kill a man whose chest simply knits itself back together, so the swords became plows. Then the wheat stopped growing and the floating soil tore the plows apart. Now, I spend my days building chains, just trying to convince the world not to drift away." Bran did not offer a polite platitude. He stepped forward and began to unhook the cast iron pans from his utility belt, placing them gently onto the blacksmith's worktable, which Orrin had bolted directly into the bedrock. "The bread rises," Bran said softly, his voice carrying the quiet, steady resonance of his endless travels. "The pan tries to go with it." Orrin looked at the scarred, burnt cookware, then at the wandering cook's worn, olive-skinned face. The blacksmith's sarcastic grin faded into an expression of profound, professional understanding. The dying world was not just unspooling the mountains, it was actively destroying the fundamental ability to feed the people trapped upon it. "You're the cook they whisper about," Orrin murmured, tracing a thick, calloused finger over the lip of Bran's pan. "The one trying to boil water that wants to crawl into the clouds." "I am trying to keep them fed," Bran corrected simply, touching the small, leather-bound journal of recipes resting against his hip. "Right, well, cast iron isn't enough anymore, cook," Orrin said, turning toward his roaring, sideways burning fire. The gravity is dying. Your pots are expanding with the heat, trapping the air and turning into miniature hot air balloons. We need density. We need weight that the sky cannot easily steal. For the next several hours, the two men worked in absolute harmonious silence. Words were unnecessary when survival demanded pure physical labor. Oren melted down dense, discarded lead and thick iron plowshares, tools from a forgotten era of grounded agriculture, and began to forge heavy weighted rings to fuse onto the bases of Bran's cookware. Bran worked the massive leather bellows, forcing oxygen into a fire that fought to burn horizontally across the forge. When the anvil drifted too high, straining against its chains, Bran would throw his large frame over it, using his own body weight to hold the iron steady while Oren hammered the glowing metal. It was a brutal, beautiful collaboration. Together, the last cook and the floating blacksmith were not just inventing weighted cookware, they were forging physical anchors for humanity's survival. Every hammer strike was a profound symbol of adaptation, a fierce refusal to surrender to an unraveling universe. As the bruised evening settled over the canyon, Oren plunged the newly modified, heavily weighted pots into a barrel of water to cool them. The water sizzled, thick steam lazily rolling over the rim and drifting upward into the ash-choked canopy. Oren pulled the heavy iron from the barrel and set it on the table. The pot did not tremble. It did not try to lift. It sat there, dense, grounded, and immovable. Oren rested his hands on his hips, his soot-stained face breaking into a deeply satisfied smile. But as he looked out at the distant, floating debris slowly eclipsing the dying sun, his humor momentarily fractured, revealing the profound existential exhaustion hiding beneath it. "The earth is letting us go, Bran," Oren whispered, the silence stretching long and thin between them. "It doesn't want us anymore. Why do we fight so incredibly hard to stay?" Bran methodically strapped the newly weighted pots to his massive backpack. The added weight was agonizing on his shoulders, but it was a burden he was profoundly grateful to carry. He looked at the blacksmith, his warm eyes reflecting the embers of the forge. "Because memory is heavier than stone," Bran answered, his voice a steady, unbreakable anchor in the twilight. "If we let ourselves drift away, there will be no one left to remember what it felt like to be home." Oren absorbed the heavy truth of the words, his shoulders relaxing for the first time all day. He let out a soft, genuine chuckle, the sound entirely devoid of his usual cynicism. "Then you had better take these heavy pots and go make them a meal worth remembering, cook." Bran nodded once, a gesture of absolute respect, and turned back toward the road. As he walked away, the deep, rhythmic clink of his newly weighted kitchen echoing into the mist, a sharp, metallic clatter sounded from behind him. Bran looked back over his shoulder to see that Oren had accidentally let go of his heavy hammer. The two men watched in silence as the heavy iron tool lazily floated upward, sailing past the chained anvil and disappearing into the bruised, darkening sky. Oren simply shook his head, laughed a bright, defiant sound into the apocalypse, and turned back to his forge to build another one. The journey out of the fractured canyon was grueling. The newly modified, heavily weighted cookware added immense, punishing mass to Bran's enormous backpack, testing the absolute limits of his broad, underfed shoulders. Yet, as he navigated the ash-choked road under the bruised, starless night, the agonizing weight felt like a profound blessing. In a world where gravity was steadily dying and the earth was violently letting go of its own surface, physical burdens were becoming the only reliable tethers to humanity. Bran walked for another hour before finding a small, sheltered alcove beneath the curving roots of an uprooted, petrified oak that hung suspended a few feet off the ground. He unshouldered his massive pack with a heavy groan, the stitched steel plates of his leather apron clinking softly in the gloom. He carefully unhooked the newly forged cast-iron pot from his utility belt. Thanks to Oren Flint, the blacksmith who refused to let the failing laws of nature defeat his craft, the bottom of the pot was now fused with dense, discarded lead and thick iron plowshares. When Bran set it down on the dusty earth, it did not tremble, nor did it strain upward toward the sky. It sat with a beautiful, undeniable permanence. He struck his flint, coaxing a horizontal flame to life beneath the heavy iron. It was time to test the blacksmith's defiance. Bran unstoppered his leather canteen and poured a measure of water into the pot. Immediately, the shifting atmosphere fought the liquid. The water sluggishly attempted to bead and crawl up the curved iron sides, desperate to escape into the air. But the immense density of the weighted base held the vessel firmly in place, forcing the heat of the sideways burning fire to penetrate the iron evenly. Bran drew his wooden spoon, his personal symbol of service, and gently coaxed the water back to the center, maintaining a quiet, rhythmic pressure. He reached into his spice jars, selecting a handful of dried, crushed herbs and the last of the gnarled roots he had salvaged from the floating farms days earlier. He dropped them into the warming water. What happened next was a mesmerizing, terrifying display of the world's broken physics. As the water reached what should have been a boiling point, it could not achieve a rolling boil. The collapsing gravity no longer allowed the heated water to properly churn and cycle. Instead, large, shimmering spheres of scalding broth began to detach from the surface, floating lazily an inch or two above the rim of the heavy pot like miniature, savory planets. Bran watched the hovering broth with his warm, observant hazel eyes. He realized that cooking a traditional stew was no longer physically possible in this unspooling reality. If he stirred too aggressively, the hot liquid would simply break apart and float away into the dark canopy. Moving with extreme empathetic patience, Bran used his wooden spoon to carefully catch the shimmering spheres of broth out of the air, guiding them gently into his serving bowl. He was forced to harvest the soup directly from the air, inventing an entirely new method of culinary survival in the quiet dark. He brought the warm bowl to his lips and took a slow sip. The flavor was rich, earthy, and perfectly heated, carrying the subtle, sharp bite of the dry herbs and the comforting starch of the roots. But more importantly, it carried the sheer, unbreakable willpower of the man who had forged the pot. Orrin Flint represented humanity's profound capacity for adaptation. In a broken era where the universe was actively trying to tear civilization apart, a floating blacksmith had built a way to keep a wandering cook grounded. As Bran finished the meal, the warmth spreading through his exhausted, lean frame, he set his empty bowl aside and reached for one of the small, leather-bound journals at his hip. By the flickering, horizontal light of the fire, his scarred hands opened to a fresh page. He did not simply list the ingredients. Every recipe he wrote was a memorial, a story of the people who fought to survive. At the top of the page, he wrote the title, Cloud Soup. Beneath it, in careful, deliberate script, he documented the exact method required to catch boiling spheres of broth from the air. He wrote that the dish was invented on the night gravity no longer allowed water to boil, made possible only by a blacksmith who laughed at the apocalypse and forged chains for the sky. Bran recorded Orrin's profound, exhausted question, "Why do we fight so incredibly hard to stay?" and immortalized the answer in the ink. They fought to stay because memory was heavier than stone, and as long as a single warm meal could be shared, the world was still a place worth remembering. Bran carefully bound the cookbook with its frayed strap, the new recipe safely secured within the pages that were slowly becoming humanity's final history. The fire slowly died into sideways drifting embers, but the heavy cast iron pot remained perfectly, stubbornly anchored to the dirt. Bran wrapped his thick, patched wool shirt tightly around his shoulders and finally closed his eyes, entirely unaware that miles above him, a solitary shadow with star-pierced wings was still silently tracking his path through the dying world. Chapter 9: The Ferryman. The landscape of the dying world was actively tearing itself apart, the fundamental laws of nature unspooling so violently that even the water had forgotten how to fall. Bran approached the edge of a wide, fractured river, his broad, exhausted shoulders aching beneath the immense weight of his modified backpack. Thanks to the floating blacksmith Orrin Flint, his cast iron pots were now fused with dense lead and iron plowshares. providing a necessary, agonizing physical anchor against the failing gravity. Bran stood silently on the ash-choked bank, observing the impossible physics of the water before him. The river no longer flowed firmly along its ancient bed. Instead, the current crested in slow, heavy arcs, occasionally breaking into shimmering, floating spheres of water that drifted lazily upward into the thick mist. The river was literally attempting to crawl into the clouds, fighting the Earth's weakening grip with every passing hour. Yet cutting through this bizarre, upward-crawling tide was a solitary wooden boat. At the helm stood an old boatman, his back bowed by centuries of labor, who still rowed across the water every single day. In the ancient days, before the profound finality of death had simply stopped working, this crossing had held a sacred, terrifying meaning. Now the ferryman ferried only the living. Bran waited patiently as the small vessel scraped against the petrified roots of the riverbank. He stepped aboard, the stitched steel plates of his heavy leather apron clinking softly in the gloom, his dense cookware instantly grounding the small boat against the strange, upward pull of the shifting atmosphere. The ferryman did not ask for a toll, nor did he demand to know Bran's destination. In a world trapped in a permanent, agonizing stagnation, nobody asked where he was going anymore. The old man simply refused to abandon his purpose. He pushed off the bank with a heavy, weathered oar, stubbornly refusing to abandon a calling that had once carried souls. The crossing was painfully slow, defined by the rhythmic, splashing struggle of wooden oars pulling through water that actively resisted the earth. The silence between the two men was vast and heavy, a purposeful quiet where words were unnecessary. The ferryman's presence was a profound comfort to Bran. The old boatman served as a quiet reminder that purpose could survive even when the world completely changed. To honor the ferryman's unending, exhausted labor, Bran unhooked a leather canteen and a wooden bowl from his utility belt. He could not safely build a sideways burning fire on the damp, shifting wooden planks of the small boat, but he could still offer the grace of sustenance. Bran carefully mixed a cold infusion of the bitter roots and swaying dry herbs he carried, pressing the wooden bowl, his personal symbol of unyielding service, into the ferryman's heavily calloused hands. The ferryman stopped rowing for only a moment, his weary eyes locking onto Bran's warm, observant hazel eyes. He drank the bitter, earthly liquid slowly, savoring the fleeting reality of a shared meal. The sheer, suffocating weight of an endless existence had crushed the trivial conversations of humanity, making this silent communion deeply sacred. "The current tries to empty into the sky," the old man rasped, his voice sounding like dry reeds rubbing together in the wind, a sparse, purposeful use of words that carried the immense weight of their broken reality. "But you keep rowing," Bran replied softly, his voice a steady, unbreakable anchor in the mist. The ferryman looked down at the empty wooden bowl, his gnarled fingers tracing the worn rim. "If I drop the oars, the water wins," the ferryman whispered, handing the bowl back to the wandering cook. "And we have already lost the sky." Bran nodded slowly, a gesture of absolute, profound respect, and secured the bowl back to his belt. When the wooden boat finally scraped against the opposite bank, Bran hoisted his massive, heavy pack and stepped off into the bruised twilight. He did not offer farewell, knowing that in a reality without endings, goodbyes were merely hollow echoes. As Bran began to walk the fractured road once more, he looked back over his shoulder. The ferryman was already pushing his small boat away from the bank, a solitary, defiant silhouette navigating a broken river, fighting the end of the world one stroke of the oar at a time. The path leading away from the riverbank was not a road, but a fractured spine of shattered stone and pale, loose soil that actively fought against the failing earth. Bran walked with a slow, agonizing deliberation, his broad, underfed shoulders bearing the immense, punishing weight of his newly modified portable kitchen. Thanks to Orin Flint, the floating blacksmith, Bran's cast iron pots were now heavily fused with dense lead and thick iron plowshares. Every step forced the heavy leather apron, reinforced with stitched steel plates, to groan against his lean frame. The burden was physically excruciating, yet entirely necessary. In a dying world where the great gravity collapse was slowly tearing the continents apart, the excruciating weight of his cookware was the only reliable anchor keeping him tethered to the ground. He did not look back at the water, but he could hear it. The river behind him did not produce the familiar, ancient sound of rushing rapids. Instead, it emitted a deep, unnatural tearing noise as massive, shimmering spheres of scalding cold water physically detached from the riverbed, breaking the surface tension to drift lazily upward into the bruised, ash-choked sky. The world was unspooling, literally attempting to crawl into the clouds, but the memory of the old boatman remained firmly rooted in Bran's mind. The ferryman was a man who still rowed across the shifting currents every single day, refusing to abandon a calling that had once carried souls, even though the profound finality of death had simply stopped working. In a broken reality where existence had become an inescapable, endless torment, surrendering to the despair of the floating world was the easiest choice a person could make. Yet the ferryman chose to row. Bran reached down, his scarred hands marked by countless burns, cuts, and old knife wounds, brushing against the wooden spoon tied securely to his utility belt. The boatman's unending labor was the exact same quiet rebellion as Bran's cooking. They were both caretakers of a shattered humanity, understanding the unspoken philosophy that when the universe strips away the natural urgency of mortality, absolute, unyielding service must take its place. Bran navigated through a petrified forest where the ancient trees had already surrendered to the sky. Massive oaks hung suspended several feet in the air, their twisted pale roots grasping desperately at the empty mist, completely uprooted from the earth they had known for centuries. Finding a temporary sanctuary beneath the floating canopy of a suspended elm, Bran unshouldered his massive backpack with a heavy, breathless sigh. The hanging pots, now impossibly dense, settled into the cold dirt with a beautiful, undeniable permanence. He did not build a sideways burning fire, as the exhaustion in his bones ran far deeper than his hunger. Instead, Bran unhooked one of the small, leather-bound journals from his belt. By the dim, fractured light of the dying evening, he opened the book to a blank page. He was not merely recording the measurements of ash grain or the bitter, cold infusions of dry herbs he had served on the wooden boat. He was writing the history of a world that was actively letting go. "The river that crawls to the sky," he wrote, his penmanship steady despite the chill in the air. Beneath the title, Bran documented the old boatman who ferried the living across water that refused to stay down. He recorded the ferryman's weary, hollow eyes and the profound, heavy truth of his sparse words. Every recipe and every entry Bran wrote was a deliberate, sacred memorial. He wrote down the ferryman's story because he firmly believed that memory was heavier than stone. If the earth itself could no longer hold onto its rivers and mountains, humanity had to carry the weight of its own history so it would not simply drift away into the dark. Bran carefully bound the frayed leather strap of his cookbook, his warm hazel eyes staring out into the desolate, unspooling landscape. In the far distance, a colossal chunk of the riverbed finally groaned and tore free, taking a massive floating globe of water with it into the clouds. Bran watched the impossible sight with a quiet, empathetic patience. He touched the enormous chef's knife at his hip, adjusted his heavy, patched wool shirt against the unnatural wind, and prepared to close his eyes for the night. The sky was letting go, but as long as Bran had heavy iron to cook with and a journal to remember the fallen, he would ensure the survivors remained grounded. Chapter 10: The Last Hunt. Exactly 9,398 years before the Great Gravity Collapse unspooled the Earth and scattered the remnants of humanity into the clouds, the Emerald Nesting Valley burned. It was not destroyed by a targeted, malicious crusade against the dragons, but by the careless, terrifying panic of a desperate human war. In this ancient, grounded era, the world was still unbroken, and the fundamental laws of nature held firm. Two rival factions of humanity, driven by forgotten political disputes and territorial terror, had driven their conflict high into the heavy forested slopes. The retreating army, desperately trying to sever the path of their pursuers, utilized the most brutal, uncontrollable weapon available to early civilization: wild, untamed fire. They hurled crude, pitch-soaked torches into the dense, dry brush of the valley's edge, hoping only to create a wall of flame to cover their frantic escape. The humans were entirely consumed by their own petty, fleeting survival. They did not look down into the deep, shaded hollows of the valley where the heavy earth remained undisturbed. They did not know they were fighting on sacred ground. And they never realized that sleeping in the deep, warm dirt, sheltered beneath a canopy of ancient oaks, were 3 dragon hatchlings. The inferno spread with unnatural, voracious speed, feeding on the dense vegetation and the heavy oxygen of the unbroken world. The thick, suffocating smoke banked down into the valley floor, turning the brilliant afternoon sky into a choking, bruised midnight. The humans, coughing and bleeding, marched away from the devastation without ever looking back, completely oblivious to the unimaginable horror they had just accidentally unleashed. They had not intended genocide. They simply did not care enough about the world around them to notice what they were destroying. Vesper returned to the valley just as the fire reached the absolute center of the nesting grounds. Even then, in her absolute prime, she was a breathtaking masterpiece of the natural world, her scales a pristine, weathered obsidian laced with brilliant, unbroken veins of gold. When she descended through the choking black clouds, the sheer displacement of air from her massive, unscarred wings temporarily parted the smoke, revealing the blackened, ruined earth below. She landed heavily, the bedrock trembling beneath her colossal weight, and rushed to the hollow where she had left her children safely curled in the dirt. The fire had already swept through the hollow, leaving nothing but white-hot embers in the terrible, silent stillness of death. Her 3 hatchlings, once thrumming with the innocent vitality of a perfect world, had succumbed entirely to the suffocating ash and the intense, trapped heat. Vesper did not roar, she never raised her voice. Instead, a profound, world-shattering silence fell over the burning valley. She stood frozen over the fragile, blackened bodies of her children, her massive amber eyes reflecting the dying orange flames. The air grew cold despite the inferno around her. She lowered her colossal head, her magnificent, unbroken horns pressing into the scorched earth, and let out a low, vibrating hum that held none of the comforting rhythm of her ancient lullabies. It was a sound of absolute, agonizing fracture, the sound of a mother's soul breaking beyond any hope of repair. She turned her colossal, beautiful head and looked through the dissipating smoke, her exhausted gaze locking onto the distant, tiny figures of the human army marching away over the mountain pass. They were laughing, bandaging their wounds, and celebrating their narrow escape, completely unaware of the genocide they had just committed. The horrifying reality of the event settled heavily into Vesper's mind. It was not a deliberate act of evil, but a devastating accident. The humans had wiped out her future simply because they were too blind to see it. In that agonizing, silent moment, the ancient dragon made a silent vow that would outlast the very foundation of the earth. She would hunt the specific bloodline of the men who threw the torches. She would track their descendants across centuries and continents, long after the original perpetrators had turned to dust. It was a desperate, agonizing attempt to force the universe to acknowledge her loss, even though every subsequent act of revenge would only serve to make the emptiness within her chest grow worse. Vesper lay down in the burning ashes alongside her fallen hatchlings, her massive wings draping over them like a charred, protective canopy. She stayed there for decades, letting the soot permanently stain her obsidian scales, letting the grief rot the brilliant gold veins beneath her armor. This was the origin of her unimaginable sorrow, the devastating prologue to hunt that would span 10,000 years, a relentless, quiet pursuit that would eventually lead her across an unspooling, gravity-starved world, straight to the ash-choked doorstep of a wandering cook named Bran. The last mother would spend eternity seeking vengeance against a bloodline that had no memory of its own sins, hunting a man who had simply inherited a horrific mistake. Chapter 11: A Girl Without Death. The ruins of the shattered town lay scattered across the hillside, half of its stone foundations having already surrendered to the sky, leaving jagged, empty craters in the earth. Bran unshouldered his enormous backpack with a heavy, exhausted groan. the dense lead and thick iron plowshares forged into the bases of his pots, pulling him firmly downward against the world's failing gravity. He set his newly weighted cookware onto the ash-choked dirt, grateful for the undeniable permanence the heavy metal provided. As he struck his flint and coaxed a sideways burning flame to life beneath a heavy iron pot, he felt the familiar, silent observation of a stranger. Sitting upon a large, fractured piece of masonry that was desperately chained to a petrified stump was a young girl of about 10 years old. Her clothes were ragged and coated in pale dust, but her eyes lacked the hollow, suffocating despair that haunted every other survivor in the dying lands. She watched Bran's scarred hands, marked by countless burns, cuts, and old knife wounds, with a bright, intense curiosity. A few yards away from her, a small group of adults were weeping softly over the broken body of a man who had been crushed beneath a collapsing stone archway. The horrific sound of the victim's shattered ribs violently knitting back together echoed through the thin, damp air, a gruesome miracle that trapped the adults in a state of paralyzing trauma. Yet the little girl simply swung her legs off the edge of the stone, entirely unbothered by the horrific display of unspooling anatomy. "They always cry when someone takes a very long nap," the girl murmured, her voice carrying a light, melodic innocence that felt entirely alien in the dying world. Bran paused, his wooden spoon, his personal symbol of unyielding service, resting against the lip of his heavy pot. He looked at the child, realizing with a profound, quiet heartbreak that she was born entirely within the apocalypse. Her name was Elia, and she belonged to a generation that had never seen anyone truly die. To her, the profound, terrifying finality of death was nothing more than ancient mythology. Elia tilted her head, her bright eyes shifting from the weeping adults to the wandering cook. In a reality where the sheer weight of an endless existence crushed trivial conversation, her next words cut through the mist with devastating purity. "Why are adults afraid of something that doesn't happen?" she asked. Bran stared into the sideways drifting embers of his fire, the profound weight of her impossible question forcing him to confront everything humanity had forgotten about mortality. How could he explain the concept of permanent loss to a child who only knew an agonizing, endless continuation? "They are not afraid of what is happening to him now," Bran answered softly, his voice a steady, restrained anchor in the cold air. "They are crying because they remember a time when the people who fell down never got back up." Elia frowned, her small brow furrowing as she tried to process a concept her reality explicitly denied. "Why would you want them to stay down?" Bran reached for his spice jars, carefully measuring out a pinch of swaying dry herbs and coarse salt into the warming water. "We didn't want them to," he explained patiently. "But because they could leave us forever, it made the time they spent with us incredibly heavy. It meant that every word we spoke and every meal we shared had a limit. When you know something will eventually end, you take better care of it." He used the wooden spoon to gently catch a shimmering, floating sphere of scalding broth that attempted to drift away from the pot, coaxing it expertly into a small iron bowl. He held it out to her. Elia accepted the warm bowl with both hands, the dense, earthy aroma of the root stew bringing a sudden, quiet smile to her dust-streaked face. She took a slow sip, savoring the profound warmth. She watched Bran as he wiped his cast-iron pan with a frayed cloth, his movements deliberate and reverent. "Is that why you cook?" she asked. "Because you are trying to pretend things still end?" Bran looked at the young girl, stunned by the sheer, staggering clarity of her observation. The adults he fed saw his meals as a temporary reprieve from their endless starvation, but this child immediately understood the underlying philosophy he had anchored his very soul to. "I cook because every meal is temporary," Bran replied quietly, touching the small, leather-bound journal of recipes resting against his hip. "And in a world that refuses to end, that makes it sacred." Elia finished her broth in silence, her bright eyes never leaving the worn, leather-bound cookbook. She did not return to the weeping adults, nor did she retreat into the shadows of the floating, fractured architecture. Instead, she carefully wiped the iron bowl clean with the edge of her ragged sleeve, stood up, and walked over to the heavy canvas mat of Bran's portable kitchen. Without asking for permission, she reached out and placed her small, unscarred hand on the handle of his spare wooden spoon. "I want to learn how to make things heavy again," Elia stated, her voice devoid of fear, filled only with the resolute, beautiful purpose of a child finding her place in a broken universe. Bran looked at her small hand, then up at her determined face. In a reality where society, governments, and the laws of nature were actively unspooling into the clouds, he realized that saving humanity was no longer about preserving their immortal bodies, it was about preserving their memories. She would apprentice under him, and in the quiet sanctuary of his makeshift kitchen, she would learn that cooking could preserve culture even when it could no longer preserve life. Bran offered her a small, deeply genuine smile, not because the world was good, but because she desperately needed someone to. He adjusted the heavy, stitched steel plates of his leather apron, handed her a bundle of pale, bitter roots, and began to teach the girl without death how to prepare a meal worth living for. The pale, bitter roots felt foreign in Elia's small, dirt-streaked hands. Bran did not hand her his enormous chef's knife, a blade he carried solely for his craft and stubbornly refused to use against the living, but instead drew a smaller, worn paring knife from the thick leather loops of his utility belt. He offered it to her handle first, his movements slow and deliberate, treating the simple exchange as a profound rite of passage. In a reality where the fundamental laws of nature were violently unspooling, the passing of a tool was the passing of a legacy. Bran knelt beside her on the canvas mat, the heavy, stitched steel plates of his leather apron groaning against his broad shoulders. He guided her hands over the folding cutting board, demonstrating how to press the blade through the fibrous, stubborn core of the roots. As Elia made her first uneven slice, the immediate consequence of the great gravity collapse became beautifully, agonizingly apparent. The severed piece of root did not fall to the board. It caught the unnatural, upward draft of the shifting atmosphere, lifting lazily toward the bruised, ash-choked sky. Before the fragment could drift away, Bran's scarred hand, marked by countless burns and old knife wounds, moved with breathtaking, empathetic patience. He plucked the floating root from the air and dropped it securely into the heavy cast-iron pot. The cookware, recently fused with dense, discarded lead and thick iron plowshares by the floating blacksmith Orin Flint, sat undeniably anchored in the dirt, completely immune to the sky's pull. Bran looked at Elia, his warm hazel eyes communicating the lesson without a single spoken word. "We have to be faster than the sky." Elia's bright eyes widened in profound understanding. She adjusted her grip on the small knife, her expression setting into a mask of fierce, absolute determination. She sliced another piece of root, and as it attempted to float, she snatched it with her free hand, thrusting it down into the heavy iron pot. She did it again and then again, establishing a strange, rhythmic dance against the failing gravity. It was a beautiful, defiant game of survival, played by a wandering cook and a girl to whom death was nothing more than an ancient myth. Behind them, the horrific, wet crunch of shattered bones violently knitting back together echoed across the shattered foundations of the town. The crushed man, who had been trapped beneath the collapsed stone archway, suddenly gasped violently, his lungs inflating as his chest heaved against the dirt. The weeping adults scrambled backward, their faces utterly drained, trapped in the paralyzing exhaustion of a world where existence was an inescapable, endless torment. The man was not resurrected by a miracle. He was simply rejected by a universe that had forgotten how to end. Elia did not even turn her head to watch the gruesome spectacle. To a 10-year-old child born entirely within the apocalypse, the man waking up from his very long nap was painfully mundane. Instead, her entire universe was entirely focused on the sideways burning fire and the heavy, anchored pot. As the water inside the dense iron finally grew hot, it refused to achieve a traditional rolling boil. Massive, shimmering spheres of scalding broth began to detach from the surface, breaking the water's tension to drift lazily an inch above the rim. Bran untied a spare wooden spoon from his belt, his personal, unyielding symbol of service, and placed it into Elia's waiting hand. He placed his calloused, burnt fingers gently over hers, guiding the wood through the thin, damp air. Together, they carefully caught a hovering globe of spiced broth, coaxing the shimmering sphere safely into a dense iron serving bowl before it could escape into the clouds. "You see," Bran murmured softly, the restrained, emotional resonance of his voice cutting through the thick mist. "The world is trying to let go of everything. The earth, the water, the people. If we do not make the effort to hold on to it, it will simply drift away into the dark." Elia stared down into the iron bowl, watching the steam curl lazily upward. She was a child of a broken era, possessing no memories of grounded mountains or permanent loss. Yet in the quiet sanctuary of the makeshift kitchen, she instinctively understood the immense, heavy philosophy Bran had anchored his soul to. She realized that by forcing the ingredients to stay in the pot, they were actively forging a brief, undeniable permanence in an unraveling reality. She was not just learning how to make soup, she was learning how to make the world heavy again. Chapter 12: The First Conversation. The night over the fractured, unspooling plains was uncharacteristically still, the violent sideways winds having temporarily exhausted themselves against the jagged, upward drifting rocks. Bran sat alone by the glowing, horizontal embers of his fire, having safely tucked his young apprentice Elia into a bedroll beneath the heavy, petrified roots of an inverted oak. His massive cast-iron pots, fused with dense lead to combat the failing gravity, sat like immovable anchors in the ash-choked dirt. He was carefully wiping down his folding, cutting board when the ambient temperature suddenly plummeted, and the air pressure shifted with a heavy, suffocating finality. Above him, the bruised sky did not simply darken. The stars were actively erased, eclipsed by the descent of a solitary, colossal wing. Bran did not reach for the enormous chef's knife strapped to his utility belt, nor did he attempt to wake the sleeping child. He slowly laid his frayed cloth upon his canvas mat and stood, his broad, underfed shoulders squaring as he looked up into the darkness. Bran and Vesper had finally met. She descended with an agonizing, silent grace, her massive form displacing the thin air until her colossal, clawed feet touched the fractured earth. The bedrock groaned not from the great gravity collapse that was actively tearing the world apart, but from the immense, ancient weight of the last mother. Up close, the sheer scale of the ancient dragon was incomprehensible. She was nearly half a mile long, a living mountain of grief. She could have destroyed him instantly with a single, effortless motion of her claw. Instead, she lowered her massive, beautiful head until it rested only a few yards from Bran's sideways burning fire. The horizontal light caught her scales, revealing a hide of weathered obsidian intricately laced with veins of dull gold, resembling a magnificent piece of cracked pottery that had been painstakingly repaired long ago. Sweeping backward from her skull were horns that looked like broken tree roots. Several had been violently shattered over the centuries, and nothing had ever regrown. Bran stood perfectly still, his warm hazel eyes locking onto hers. Her massive amber eyes held absolutely no monstrous fury, only an impossible, paralyzing exhaustion. He could see the brutal history of a cruel world etched into her flesh. One side of her enormous neck bore hundreds of old, unhealed ballista wounds, and thick, rusted iron chains remained permanently fused into her scales. As she folded her colossal wings, Bran saw the deep, ragged tears in the dark webbing where entire constellations shone brightly through the holes. The silence between them was vast, heavy, and deeply sacred. In a dying reality where trivial words had been crushed by the sheer weight of an endless existence, Bran knew that whatever broke this silence would carry the weight of centuries. When Vesper finally spoke, she did not roar, for she never raised her voice. The sound vibrated through the bedrock, resonating up through the soles of Bran's ash-coated boots, but its tone was heartbreakingly soft. She spoke like someone desperately trying to remember happier centuries. "Do you know your ancestors?" she asked. The question hung in the cold air, heavier than the dense iron pots resting on the dirt. In that single, devastating moment, the pieces of Bran's wandering existence snapped together with profound clarity. He he realized exactly why she had been following him across the unspooling continents. The ancient dragon was not hunting humanity as a whole, nor was she blindly lashing out at a world that was falling apart. She was hunting a specific bloodline, tracking the descendants of the people who had taken something irreplaceable from her thousands of years ago. Bran simply inherited that horrific history. The blood of the men who had accidentally burned her nesting valley and destroyed her hatchlings flowed through his veins, an ancient generational sin that he had been entirely unaware of. Vesper knew that the wandering cook with the wooden spoon wasn't guilty of the crime. She knew he spent his life fighting the sky to feed starving survivors. But Bran also understood that an unimaginable grief, especially one that has festered for 10,000 years, rarely listens to reason. Bran touched the small, leather-bound journal of recipes hanging at his hip, his meticulous record of memories. He looked up into the exhausted amber eyes of the creature who possessed every right to burn him to ash. "No," Bran answered, his voice steady, carrying a restrained, emotional resonance that met the dragon's sorrow evenly. "I do not know their names, I only know that I am carrying their debts." Vesper let out a low, vibrating hum, a sound that stirred the pale dust around the campsite. "They burned my world, little cook," she whispered, the sorrow in her ancient voice threatening to crack the earth beneath them, long before this one began to fall. Bran did not offer apologies for men he had never met, nor did he beg for a life he knew he could not truly lose in a world without death. Instead, he reached down, unhooked his wooden spoon, his personal symbol of service, and held it loosely in his scarred hands. "Then I will spend whatever time is left trying to build something warm in the ashes," Bran replied softly. They simply watched each other, the last cook and the last mother, sharing a profound, silent communion of mutual brokenness. Vesper did not know whether she truly wanted revenge anymore, or if she simply wanted someone else to remember the children she had lost. She slowly lifted her colossal, scarred head, the ancient chains clinking against her obsidian scales. With a heavy, rhythmic beat of her star-pierced wings that sent a gale of warm air over the dying fire, she pushed herself backward, lazily drifting up into the bruised, gravity-starved clouds. Bran watched the sky long after the shadow had disappeared. He had finally met the physical manifestation of the world's oldest regret. Adjusting the heavy leather apron across his chest, he knelt back down by the glowing embers, the revelation of his inherited guilt permanently cementing his unyielding resolve. If he carried the blood of destroyers, he would simply have to work twice as hard to be the man who kept the world fed. The ash-choked mist slowly rushed back in to fill the immense physical void left by the dragon's departure, swirling in the unnatural, upward-drifting currents of the dying world. Bran remained standing by the sideways burning embers, his broad, underfed shoulders heavy beneath the stitched steel plates of his leather apron. The revelation of his ancestry settled deep into his bones, a cold and suffocating truth that felt heavier than the dense lead forged into the bottoms of his cookware. He was the descendant of the men who had accidentally burned the nesting valley, the unwitting heir to an ancient, world-shattering genocide. He had spent his entire adult life trying to save people, only to discover that his own bloodline had caused the ultimate, irreversible heartbreak. Beneath the petrified roots of the suspended oak, the small bedroll rustled. Elia, the 10-year-old girl to whom the finality of death was merely an ancient myth, pushed herself up onto her elbows. She rubbed her dust-streaked eyes, looking past the heavy cast-iron pots toward the bruised, empty sky where the stars were slowly returning through the mist. "The air got very cold," she murmured, her light, melodic voice slicing through the heavy silence of the fractured plains. "Did a mountain float over us?" Bran did not turn immediately. His warm hazel eyes remained fixed on the heavens, tracing the path where constellation-riddled wings had just disappeared. "Something much older than a mountain," he replied softly, the restrained resonance of his voice perfectly matching the profound stillness of the night. He knelt back onto his canvas mat, his scarred hands trembling slightly not from terror, but from the immense emotional weight of the tragedy he had just inherited. In a world where society, law, and governments had completely collapsed, humanity was left with nothing but the raw consequences of its own actions. Vesper was not a monster hunting him out of malice. She was simply a mother trapped in a grief that had festered for 10,000 years. Bran realized that no amount of perfectly baked ash bread or carefully caught cloud soup could ever feed the specific emptiness inside the last mother's chest. Needing to anchor his racing thoughts, Bran reached for the small, leather-bound journal of recipes hooked to his utility belt. He unstopped his canteen and poured a small measure of water into the heavy, grounded iron pot, coaxing the sideways flame to warm the liquid. From his spice jars, he selected a highly specific blend of swaying dry herbs, pale chamomile, dried bitterroot, and a rare, sweet dried flower he had salvaged from a floating garden days prior. He did not boil it. He steeped it gently, fighting the water's sluggish attempt to crawl up the iron sides. He poured the fragrant, golden liquid into 2 small iron cups. He carried one over to the suspended roots and handed it to Elia. "What is this?" she asked, blowing gently on the rising steam. "It is a tea for when the heart is entirely too heavy," Bran explained quietly, returning to his mat and picking up his own cup. "A drink for grieving families." Elia took a slow sip, her small brow furrowing. "But nobody died today, nobody can die." "People do not only grieve for those who have stopped breathing, Elia," Bran said, his thumb tracing the deep burn scars on his forearms. "Sometimes we grieve for the mistakes of people we never even met. We grieve for the things that cannot be fixed." He looked down at his own dark reflection in the tea. "If you discover that your family broke something precious a long time ago, what do you do?" Elia considered the impossible question, her bright, unburdened eyes reflecting the flickering, horizontal light of the fire. She had never known the old, grounded world, but she possessed a fierce, beautiful intuition born from surviving the apocalypse. "If you can't fix it," she answered simply, "I suppose you just have to make sure you never break anything else." Bran closed his eyes, letting the profound, innocent wisdom wash over his weary soul. She was right. He could not undo the fire that had consumed the Emerald Nesting Valley thousands of years before his birth, nor could he resurrect the 3 hatchlings that Vesper had lost. His ancestors had taken the last mother's future. The only penance he could offer was to dedicate his own endless, immortal existence to absolute, unyielding service. He would become a living antithesis to the destruction his bloodline had wrought. Setting his cup down, Bran opened his journal to a fresh page. The recipes he wrote were not merely measurements. They were the emotional backbone of the dying lands, the final histories of humanity. Under the fading light of the embers, he recorded the exact blend of the soothing herbs he had just prepared. At the top of the page, he wrote the title, Dragon Tea. Beneath it, he did not write about vengeance or monsters. He wrote about a mother who was impossibly tired and a sky that was too broken to hold her sorrow. He documented the quiet philosophy that would guide him for the rest of his eternal life. Forgiveness isn't forgetting, and without death, kindness must. He carefully bound the frayed leather strap of the cookbook, ensuring the memory of the dragon's grief was securely anchored within the pages. The wind picked up again, violently pulling pale dust toward the bruised canopy as the great gravity collapse continued its slow, agonizing erasure of the earth. But beside the glowing, sideways fire, the last cook and the girl without death sat in a quiet, purposeful stillness, holding onto the fragile warmth of their tea, bracing themselves for whatever the unraveling world would demand of them tomorrow. Chapter 13, Bones Don't Heal Hearts. Decades before Harrow Vale would cross paths with a wandering cook on the fractured plains, he sought the bottom of a deep, glacial ravine. In a timeline where the world was just beginning to unspool and the catastrophic failure of gravity was only in its infancy, Harrow stood at the edge of a jagged, towering precipice. He was a man of tall, broad, and immense strength, a formidable physicality forged not by disciplined military training, but by the brutal, relentless act of simply surviving on the fringes of civilization. He wore a heavy gray cloak and fingerless gloves, completely devoid of any armor, jewelry, or decorations. He held a deep, agonizing belief that a man with his horrifying history possessed absolutely no right to beauty. He stepped off the ledge. The horrific fall shattered his spine and crushed his ribs against the cold, unyielding stones below. For a few fleeting, merciful moments, the darkness embraced him, offering the profound, absolute silence he so desperately craved. But the universe no longer allowed for endings. Deep within the icy riverbed, the grotesque, wet crunch of broken bones violently knitting themselves back together echoed over the rushing water. Harrow's lungs spasmed, violently inflating as his pale, nearly colorless eyes snapped open in the freezing shallows. He clawed his way up the muddy bank, his dark hair chopped unevenly with rough knife cuts plastered flat to his skull. As he collapsed onto the frozen dirt, his immortal body perfectly, agonizingly whole once more, the sheer existential dread of his reality crushed him. He realized that his punishment was not death. His ultimate punishment was an inescapable, endless existence. Harrow pulled himself into a sitting position, his massive chest heaving as he stared down at his own reflection in the dark, swirling water. His neck and face were a gruesome, permanent tapestry of humanity's desperate attempts to enforce the old laws. He bore the jagged, unhealing scars of failed executions, marking every method a panicked society had attempted after the profound finality of death simply vanished. He had spent the first half of his life acting as a bringer of death, firmly believing that violence was a permanent solution, only to discover that nobody stayed dead anymore. Beside him in the mud lay his old, heavy woodsman's axe. He stared at the dark iron blade, a profound, paralyzing hatred twisting in his gut. He deeply feared the blunt instrument he had once wielded with such terrifying, cold efficiency. For years, he had repeatedly attempted suicide, throwing himself from high cliffs and seeking the bottom of deep rivers, hoping to force the universe to let him escape his own mind. Yet nothing ever worked. The bones always healed, but the heart never did. The cold wind howled through the ravine, but Harrow remained painfully quiet, an awkward, massive man entirely consumed by inescapable shame. He looked into the empty shadows between the petrified trees and whispered a desperate, fractured apology to the air, begging forgiveness for atrocities that nobody else even remembered anymore. In the suffocating silence of the dying world, a devastating internal conflict finally crystallized within his exhausted soul. Who am I if I can no longer escape my past through death? Harrow had spent decades believing that monsters never change, but as the endless years stretched on without the merciful release of the grave, sitting alone on the edge of a frozen river, he slowly discovered a profound truth. Monsters were simply people who had lived entirely too long with their own unyielding hatred. The apocalypse had permanently stripped away his ability to end lives, forcing him to actually look at the survivors around him and endure the collective suffering he had once contributed to. He reached a trembling, calloused hand toward his belt. If he was condemned to live indefinitely among the immortal remnants of humanity, he could no longer afford to be their destroyer. He realized with an agonizing clarity that his redemption could never be earned through forgiveness, for his sins were too vast and true forgiveness required forgetting. Instead, his redemption would have to be earned through absolute, unyielding service. Harrow decided that if he could not die, perhaps he could protect. He pulled a thick length of frayed rope from his heavy cloak and meticulously tied an empty noose, securing it firmly to his belt. It would serve as his personal, haunting symbol, a permanent reminder of the death that had violently rejected him. He reached down and gripped the handle of the woodsman's axe he so deeply hated, hoisting the immense weight onto his broad back. The heavy iron would no longer be a weapon of slaughter, but an anchor against the failing gravity and a shield for those who could not defend themselves. Harrow turned his scarred face away from the river, leaving his desire for an ending behind in the mud. He began the long, silent climb out of the ravine, stepping onto a fractured road that would eventually, decades later, lead him straight to a wandering cook with a wooden spoon. The ascent from the glacial ravine was a grueling testament to his newly accepted torment. Harrow Vale pulled his tall, broad frame over the jagged lip of the canyon, his heavy gray cloak snapping violently in the shifting, unnatural wind. He did not rely on the disciplined muscles of military training to make the climb. His immense strength was born solely from the brutal act of simply surviving on the fringes of civilization. Strapped securely to his back, the old, heavy woodsman's axe anchored him against the earth's steadily failing gravity. He hated the dark iron weapon, deeply fearing the blunt instrument he had once used with such terrifying, cold efficiency, but he recognized its new, agonizing purpose as a physical tether to the unraveling ground. As he walked away from the frozen river, his pale, nearly colorless eyes scanned the unspooling landscape. The apocalypse was not a sudden explosion, but a slow, agonizing erasure of reality. Entire groves of petrified trees were beginning to lean upward, their roots groaning as they tore from the dry, pale soil under the relentless progression of the great gravity collapse. Harrow navigated through the fractured wilderness until he stumbled upon the ruins of a collapsed trading post, a grim, shattered monument to a society that had completely broken down. In the center of the ash-choked courtyard, two starving survivors were locked in a macabre, endless struggle over a rotted sack of dry roots. One man plunged a rusted, jagged blade into the other's chest. The victim collapsed into the dirt, only for the fatal wound to violently and grotesquely knit itself back together within minutes, allowing him to gasp for air, rise, and resume the frantic assault. It was a horrifying, repetitive cycle of futile slaughter. The profound finality of death had simply vanished from the earth, leaving humanity trapped in an inescapable loop of its own worst, most desperate impulses. Decades ago, Harrow would have proudly joined the carnage, a serial killer who firmly believed that violence was a permanent solution to any problem. Now the display filled him with a sickening, paralyzing despair. He realized with agonizing clarity that these men were not inherently evil. They were simply broken creatures who had lived entirely too long with their own unyielding hatred and starvation. Harrow stepped forward into the fray. He did not draw the heavy woodsman's axe from his back. Instead, he simply placed his massive, unarmored body between the two combatants. The rusted blade found Harrow's shoulder, tearing through his patched tunic and sinking deep into his muscle. He did not flinch, though his face, already permanently marked by dozens of jagged scars from failed executions, tightened in profound agony. The universe immediately forced his flesh to knit back together around the cold metal. The attackers, stunned by the sudden, towering presence of a man who completely refused to strike back, slowly backed away. Harrow stood perfectly still, an incredibly awkward, quiet man bearing the brutal physical punishment of their endless rage. "It doesn't end," Harrow rasped, his voice rough and heavy, breaking the suffocating silence of the dying world. He calmly pulled the blade from his own shoulder, the sound wet and horrifying, and tossed it harmlessly into the ash-coated dirt. "The killing doesn't end anything anymore." He looked at the empty spaces around the ruined courtyard, his mind briefly, painfully superimposing the memories of his own past victims over the floating dust. In his painful, relentless honesty, he began to quietly whisper desperate apologies to the empty air, begging for forgiveness for atrocities that nobody else even remembered. The two exhausted survivors watched him in profound, terrified awe, realizing that the massive, scarred man standing before them was deeply, fundamentally broken. He wore no armor, no jewelry, and completely rejected any right to beauty, his dark hair chopped unevenly with rough knife cuts. Harrow reached down and touched the empty noose securely tied to his belt, his personal haunting symbol of the inescapable existence he was condemned to endure. If his redemption could never be earned through forgiveness, it had to be painstakingly forged through absolute, unyielding service. He reached into the folds of his heavy gray cloak, retrieved his own meager, remaining rations of dried meat, and silently placed them on the ground between the two starving men. He did not wait for their gratitude, nor did he offer any further explanation. Adjusting his fingerless gloves and the immense, heavy iron on his back, Harrow turned away, stepping back onto the fractured road as a solemn protector, doomed to quietly carry the overwhelming weight of his sins through an eternal, unraveling world. Chapter 14: Cities in the Sky. The apocalypse had never been a single, sudden explosion of fire and ruin. It was a slow, agonizing erasure of reality, a gradual unspooling that had finally reached its most terrifying stage. Bran and his young apprentice Elia stood on the ash-choked ridge overlooking what used to be the sprawling valley of Athelgard. Below them, the great gravity collapse was violently escalating, tearing the very foundation of the earth apart. The deafening, sustained sound echoing across the dying plains was not thunder, but the horrific groan of ancient bedrock snapping as entire cities began to break free from the earth. Before them, the sheer scale of the destruction was incomprehensible. Colossal slabs of the city's foundation, carrying entire neighborhoods of stone houses and cobblestone streets, were lazily lifting into the bruised atmosphere. Buildings drifted among the clouds, their deep cellars exposed to the thin air, dripping pale dust and fractured pipes like severed roots. Civilization was literally coming apart before their eyes, the structures of humanity surrendering to a sky that refused to let anything stay grounded. Down in the shifting, fractured crater of the valley, the survivors were engaged in a desperate, maddening war against the universe. Thousands of people were frantically dragging massive, rusted iron chains through the dirt, desperately trying to anchor their drifting homes to the few remaining petrified trees and jagged outcrops of dense stone that had not yet floated away. Men and women pulled against the unnatural upward draft, their muscles screaming as they bolted thick metal links to the sides of taverns and town halls. When a massive, heavy stone cathedral began to groan and lift from its centuries-old foundation, hundreds of citizens threw weighted ropes and chains over its gargoyles, acting as a human anchor against the unspooling laws of nature. Elia stood silently beside Bran, her small hands clutching the edges of her ragged tunic. As a child born entirely within the apocalypse, she had never known the profound finality of death, nor had she ever known a world that stayed still. To her generation, the terrifying spectacle of a city floating away was simply the tragic, mundane reality of taking a breath. Bran looked down at the desperate, weeping crowds. In a reality where the sheer weight of an endless existence crushed trivial conversation, the answer to her question was entirely composed of sorrow. Because mortality was gone, falling from a drifting building would simply shatter a person's spine, leaving them in agonizing pain until their bones violently knitted back together. The people were not afraid of dying in the collapse. They were terrified of losing the only physical proof that they had ever existed. They were chaining down their homes because, in a dying world, memory was heavier than stone, and the physical loss of a home was a devastating erasure of identity. Without speaking a word, Bran unshouldered his enormous backpack. The heavy leather apron, reinforced with stitched steel plates, settled against his broad, underfed shoulders. He guided Elia down the treacherous, shifting incline toward the edge of the tethered city, the heavy cast iron pots fused with dense lead clinking in a grounded, reliable rhythm. He did not attempt to grab a chain. Bran possessed no sword, carrying only the enormous chef's knife he refused to use against the living, and he could not physically hold an entire city together, but he could anchor the people. He set up his folding cutting board and his weighted cast iron pot on a dense, stable patch of dirt just outside the frantic pull of the chains. He struck his flint, coaxing a horizontal, sideways burning flame to life. When the world tries to fly away, Elia, Bran instructed quietly, his warm hazel eyes reflecting the brilliant orange embers, we make the food as heavy as possible. He drew the swaying dry herbs and the thick, pale roots from his utility belt. Elia immediately fell into the rhythmic, defiant dance of their culinary survival. As Bran meticulously chopped the dense roots, Elia caught the pieces that attempted to float lazily toward the sky, plunging them forcefully into the heavy iron pot. The water inside sluggishly fought the heat, refusing to properly boil, instead forming shimmering, scalding spheres of broth that hovered just above the rim. Working in perfect, silent harmony, the last cook and his apprentice used their wooden spoons to carefully catch the drifting broth, folding the dense starches and earthy mushrooms back into the heavy mixture until a thick, grounding stew was formed. A sudden, sharp crack echoed overhead like cannon fire. Bran and Elia looked up just in time to see a thick iron chain snap under the immense pressure of the collapsing gravity. A small, two-story stone bakery tore completely free from its moorings. The family who owned it collapsed into the dirt, their hands blistered and bleeding from the ropes, completely exhausted. They did not scream. They simply wept in a profound, hollow silence as they watched their entire history drift lazily upward, disappearing into the ash-choked clouds alongside the other floating architecture. Bran walked over to the devastated family. He did not offer hollow apologies or optimistic platitudes. He knew better than to insult their grief. Instead, he knelt in the pale dust and placed a heavy iron bowl of the dense root stew into the trembling hands of the father. The man stared down at the coarse, steaming meal. The sheer physical density of the iron bowl, combined with the grounding, earthy aroma of the roots, served as an immediate, undeniable tether to reality. It was a temporary comfort, but in a world that refused to end, the fleeting nature of the meal made it profoundly sacred. The family gathered around the bowl, sharing the quiet warmth while the shadow of their floating city drifted endlessly above them. Bran returned to his canvas mat, his scarred hands resting on the small, leather-bound journal of recipes hooked to his belt. He looked up at the broken, beautiful sky, watching the floating buildings slowly eclipse the sun. The world was actively falling apart, civilization unspooling into the dark canopy. But as long as Bran had heavy iron to cook with, he would ensure that the people left behind in the dirt always had something to hold on to. The father of the devastated family eventually scraped the bottom of his heavy iron bowl, the dense root stew having provided a fleeting, undeniable anchor to the earth. Bran accepted the empty vessel with a slow, respectful nod, his scarred hands marked by countless burns, cuts, and old knife wounds, briefly brushing against the man's blistered fingers. There was no need for words. In this unspooling reality, dialogue was sparse and purposeful because silence carried a much deeper meaning. The loss of the small stone bakery was a tragic microcosm of the entire valley. Before them, civilization was literally coming apart. Bran turned back to his canvas mat, his warm hazel eyes constantly studying the needs of the weeping, desperate crowds before speaking. Thousands of people were still throwing their entire body weight against massive, rusted iron chains, frantically attempting to anchor the drifting stone houses and cobblestone streets to the fractured bedrock. The screech of bending metal and groaning earth was deafening, a horrifying symphony of a world that was becoming impossible to live in. "We need more water, Elia," Bran instructed quietly, his voice a steady, restrained resonance beneath the chaos. The 10-year-old girl, whose ragged clothing was coated in the pale dust of the dying lands, immediately went to work. She understood her task with a fierce, innocent clarity. To her generation, the terrifying finality of death was nothing more than an ancient myth, a concept she casually described as taking a very long nap. She knew that the weeping adults were not terrified of dying if the chains snapped. They were terrified of losing their history. Through Bran's quiet mentorship, Elia was learning the profound truth that cooking could preserve culture even when it could no longer preserve life. She unstoppered the leather canteens, expertly fighting the shifting atmosphere as she poured the sluggish liquid into the dense, lead-fused pots Bran had acquired from the floating blacksmith. For the next several hours, the last cook and his young apprentice waged a quiet, desperate war against the great gravity collapse. As the immense stone cathedral at the center of the valley groaned and strained against the weighted ropes and human anchors, Bran and Elia moved down the exhausted lines of survivors. Bran carried no sword, only the enormous chef knife swinging at his utility belt, but his heavy iron bowls became the ultimate shields against the sky. They distributed the thick, grounding stew to the men and women desperately holding the chains. Because gravity was actively dying and water stubbornly refused to stay in pots, Bran had to carefully catch shimmering spheres of hot broth from the air, folding them into the coarse ash grain and heavy roots to maintain the meal's immense density. As the starving chain bearers ate, the sheer physical weight of the iron and the hot, earthy meal forced their exhausted bodies to remain tethered to the dirt. Bran smiled often as he worked, not because life was good, but because he knew these broken people desperately needed someone too. But the Earth's foundation was too thoroughly fractured, and the sky's pull was entirely too strong. As the bruised twilight settled over the crater, a catastrophic, booming fracture echoed from the center of the city. The thick, rusted chains securing the cathedral finally violently snapped. The massive, ancient structure, carrying centuries of worship, history, and heavy stone, tore completely free from the earth. The recoil threw hundreds of survivors onto the pale dirt. They did not scream in physical pain. Even if their spines had shattered in the violent fall, their bones would simply knit back together within minutes. Instead, a profound, world-shattering silence fell over the valley as they watched their most sacred monument drift lazily into the clouds alongside their floating homes. The survivors slowly let go of the remaining chains. The battle was over. The city had been entirely lost to the sky. Elia stood beside Bran, her small hands holding an empty iron bowl, watching the colossal architecture slowly eclipse the fading sun. "It's all gone," she whispered, her light, melodic voice trembling slightly. Bran knelt beside her, his broad shoulders aching beneath the stitched steel plates of his leather apron. He looked at the thousands of exhausted people sitting in the empty, ash-choked crater that used to be their home. They had lost their buildings, their streets, and their physical history. Yet as he looked closely, he saw that small groups were huddled together in the dirt, sharing the last remnants of the heavy root stew he and Elia had prepared. "The stone is gone, Elia," Bran corrected softly, placing his calloused hand over hers and touching the small, leather-bound journal of recipes hooked to his belt. "But the people are still here, and memory is heavier than stone." In a world that refused to end, the natural urgency of life had been stripped away, leaving only the raw, agonizing endurance of the present. But as Bran watched the survivors find a fleeting, quiet comfort in the shared warmth of an empty iron bowl, he knew his core philosophy held true. If death could no longer give life its meaning, then absolute, unyielding kindness must. The city of Athelgard was now just a constellation of floating ruins in the dark canopy, but on the broken earth below, the last cook had successfully kept its people grounded. Chapter 15: Recipes. The ash-choked crater that had once cradled the sprawling city of Ethelgard was utterly silent, save for the unnatural, rhythmic groans of the earth continuing to tear itself apart. In the bruised twilight, the thousands of survivors who had lost their homes to the sky sat huddled in the pale dust, their hands still raw and bleeding from the rusted iron chains they had desperately tried to hold. Bran remained on the edge of the fractured bedrock, his broad, underfed shoulders relaxing ever so slightly as he unhooked one of the small, leather-bound journals from his utility belt. Beside him, the heavy cast-iron pots, forged with dense lead to combat the dying gravity, sat immovably in the dirt, a profound physical anchor in a world that refused to stay still. Elia, the 10-year-old girl who had never known the profound finality of death, sat cross-legged on the canvas mat. Her bright, inquisitive eyes watched Bran as he opened the frayed cover of the cookbook. She had spent the terrifying afternoon learning how to properly fold shimmering, hovering spheres of scalding broth into heavy root stew, understanding instinctively that they had to make the food as physically dense as possible to keep the survivors tethered to the ground. But now, as Bran uncapped his ink and smoothed the worn parchment, she realized that the cooking was only half of his sacred duty. "Are you writing down how much salt to use?" Elia murmured, her light, melodic voice carrying a restrained, emotional reverence that perfectly matched the devastating stillness of the evening. "No," Bran answered softly, his warm hazel eyes reflecting the sideways burning embers of their dying fire. He did not look up from the page, his scarred hand moving with deliberate, painstaking care. "I am writing down who they were." In a reality where civilization was literally coming apart and drifting into the clouds, Bran had long ago recognized that preserving humanity required far more than simply feeding immortal, starving bodies. He began to record recipes, but he did not write mere lists of ingredients or measurements. He recorded memories. Every dish he committed to the page told someone's specific heartbreaking story, transforming the small journals into the final history of the dying world. Turned to a previously written page and gently guided Elia's small, unscarred hand over the ink. "This is ash bread," Bran explained quietly, tracing the words he had written days earlier. "It was originally made after the wheat stopped growing and the floating soil tore the plows apart, but we do not remember it for the coarse grain. We remember it because a village elder fought the sky to pull sustenance from floating rocks, and because he missed a daughter who managed to leave this world before it broke." He turned the page, the thick parchment rustling against the shifting, unnatural wind. "This is cloud soup," he continued, his voice a steady, unbreakable anchor. "Invented on the night gravity no longer allowed water to properly boil, made possible only by a blacksmith who laughed at the apocalypse and forged chains for the sky." Bran turned one more page, revealing the entry he had composed after the colossal, star-winged shadow of Vesper had passed over their camp. "And this is dragon tea," he whispered, a profound sorrow temporarily darkening his olive, soot-stained features. "Prepared for grieving families, a reminder that sometimes we must carry the weight of mistakes made by people we never even met." Elia stared down at the handwritten pages, her innocent mind absorbing the immense philosophical weight of the wandering cook's existence. Because death had vanished, permanently erasing the natural urgency of life, the world had lost its meaning. Existence had become an inescapable, endless torment. Yet Bran was meticulously fighting that despair by proving that every shared meal was temporary and therefore profoundly sacred. By documenting the courage of the ferryman who still rowed across floating rivers, or the grief of the family who had just watched their small stone bakery float into the atmosphere, Bran's cookbook was slowly becoming humanity's truest history. He was turning food into literature. "When the houses float away, the people forget where they lived," Elia observed, looking out at the weeping, exhausted survivors huddled in the crater. She looked back down at the leather-bound book. "But if you write it down here, they can carry their home in their pockets." Bran offered her a small, deeply genuine smile. Not because the broken reality they inhabited was good, but because this child, born entirely within the apocalypse, perfectly understood the core philosophy he had anchored his soul to. "Memory is heavier than stone, Elia," Bran affirmed, his thumb gently brushing a burned scar on his forearm. "The earth is letting go of its mountains and its cities. If we do not actively carry the weight of who we were, we will simply drift away into the dark with them." He dipped his pen back into the ink and turned to a fresh, blank page. Under the bruised, gravity-starved canopy, he began to record the tragedy of Ethelgard. He wrote about the thousands of desperate citizens who had thrown their entire body weight against rusted iron chains, fighting the laws of nature to hold on to their history. He documented the exact density of the heavy root stew they had eaten, noting how the physical weight of the iron bowls had provided a fleeting, beautiful comfort when the cathedral finally tore free from the bedrock. Elia did not ask any more questions. She simply watched the last cook write, the silence between them vast, purposeful, and deeply comforting. As she observed the meticulous, reverent strokes of his pen, the young girl realized that she was not merely learning how to cook in a world that refused to stay down. She was being entrusted with the very soul of humanity. When Bran finally bound the frayed leather strap of the cookbook, securing the memory of the fallen city within its pages, he placed the heavy journal gently into Elia's waiting hands, ensuring that the legacy of compassion would survive the long, dark night. The deep, bruising night finally swallowed the ash-choked crater where Ethelgard had once stood. Above them, the massive stone foundations of the lost city drifted lazily among the clouds, a floating graveyard of cobblestone streets and empty cellars. On the fractured bedrock below, the pale dust settled over the thousands of weeping, exhausted survivors who had just watched their entire civilization tear free from the earth. Elia held the small, leather-bound journal against her chest, treating the frayed book with the profound reverence usually reserved for religious relics. Bran did not rest. Despite his lean frame and the broad, underfed shoulders that ached beneath his heavy leather apron, his warm hazel eyes constantly studied the needs of the broken people around him. He knew that the heavy root stew had temporarily tethered their immortal bodies to the earth, but the profound despair of losing their physical history threatened to let their minds drift away into the dark canopy. Slowly, the devastating silence of the crater was broken by the crunch of heavy, ash-coated boots. An elderly woman, her hands brutally scarred from desperately gripping the rusted iron chains, separated herself from the huddled masses. She approached the canvas mat where the last cook knelt beside his sideways burning fire. She did not ask for a bowl or a cure for the unspooling world. Instead, she uncurled her blistered, trembling fingers to reveal a small, crushed bundle of dried sage and a single, pale onion. It was the last surviving inventory of her ruined pantry, the only physical remnant of a home that was currently hovering miles above their heads. "My husband built the hearth it hung from," the woman rasped, her voice a hollow, devastating echo of the dying lands. "It was on Weaver's Lane, the stones were gray, the door was blue." Bran did not offer a polite platitude or a hollow apology. He understood the agonizing weight of her offering. He reached out with his own scarred hands marked by countless burns, cuts, and old knife wounds, and gently accepted the bruised vegetables. "Weaver's Lane," Bran repeated softly, his voice carrying a restrained, emotional resonance that cut through the thick mist. "Gray stones, a blue door." He turned to Elia, the 10-year-old girl who had never seen anyone truly die and viewed the apocalyptic reality as entirely mundane, instinctively understood the gravity of the moment. She opened the heavy journal to a fresh page, uncapped the ink, and looked up at the older woman with bright, unburdened eyes. Bran nodded to his apprentice. As Elia began to carefully write down the memory of the blue door, Bran drew his small paring knife and meticulously sliced the pale onion, dropping it into the dense, lead-fused cast iron pot. Seeing this silent, sacred exchange, other survivors began to rise from the pale dirt. They approached the last cook in a slow, desperate pilgrimage, each bringing whatever meager, scavenged ingredients they had managed to save when the chains violently snapped. A man offered a small pouch of coarse salt, whispering the name of a bakery that had been in his family for 4 generations. A young mother brought a rusted tin of fermented paste, her voice trembling as she described the cobblestone courtyard where her children used to play before gravity began to collapse. Bran accepted every offering. He did not judge the bizarre, mutated nature of the ingredients. He simply treated each one as an irreplaceable piece of human history. As the survivors spoke, their dialogue sparse and purposeful, Elia frantically documented their stories in the leather-bound cookbook. She recorded not the measurements or the cooking temperatures, but the profound memories of a society that was literally coming apart. Because the universe no longer allowed for the merciful finality of death, the natural urgency of life had been permanently erased. These people were condemned to an inescapable, endless existence. Yet by surrendering their last possessions to the wandering cook, they were forging a new, desperately needed purpose. Bran folded the sage, the salt, and the strange, scavenged pastes into the simmering, heavy water, carefully catching the shimmering spheres of scalding broth that attempted to float away from the pot. The resulting dish was a dark, intensely aromatic communal stew, thick with the abrasive, earthy flavors of a dying world. But its physical sustenance was entirely secondary to its philosophical weight. When Bran finally lifted the heavy iron pot and began distributing the newly forged meal back to the survivors, he was serving them the very essence of Athelgard. "Every meal is temporary," Bran murmured to the gathered crowd, reciting the philosophy he anchored his soul to. "That makes it sacred." The survivors ate in a profound, heavy silence. The shared warmth of the iron bowls, combined with the knowledge that their lost homes were safely recorded within the frayed pages of the cookbook, revived their fragile hope far more than their starving bodies. In the suffocating despair of the apocalypse, the cookbook was slowly becoming humanity's truest history. As the bruised, ash-choked dawn finally began to creep over the jagged edge of the empty crater, Bran wiped his enormous chef's knife, a blade he stubbornly refused to use against the living, and secured it to his utility belt. He hoisted the agonizing weight of his modified, dense cookware onto his broad back, the hanging pots clinking in their familiar, grounding rhythm. Elia stood beside him, clutching the leather-bound book tightly against her ragged tunic. The city in the sky had entirely eclipsed the rising sun, casting a permanent, colossal shadow over the fractured plains. But the people left behind in the dirt were no longer weeping. They had surrendered their past to the last cook, trusting him to carry the immense weight of their memories so they would not simply drift away into the dark. Bran adjusted the stitched steel plates of his heavy apron, looked out at the unspooling horizon, and began to walk, firmly resolved that his legacy of compassion would survive long after the earth had completely let go. Chapter 16: The Protector. The ash-choked road leading away from the floating ruins of Ethelgard was treacherous, an unspooling ribbon of fractured bedrock that actively threatened to tear itself from the earth. Bran walked with slow, agonizing deliberation, his broad, underfed shoulders bearing the immense physical burden of his traveling kitchen. Beside him walked Elia, the 10-year-old girl who had never known the profound finality of death, her bright eyes scanning the bruised, gravity-starved canopy above them. The heavy cast-iron pots, fused with dense lead and thick iron plowshares by the floating blacksmith Oren Flint, provided an essential, undeniably heavy anchor against the earth's steadily failing pull. They had sought temporary shelter beneath the petrified roots of an inverted, hovering elm when the silence of the dying world was violently shattered. 5 figures emerged from the thick, pale mist. They were desperate, starving raiders, their faces hollowed by the suffocating despair of an endless, agonizing existence. In a world where society, law, and economics had completely collapsed, humanity was often reduced to its most base and tragic instincts. The raiders did not demand currency or land. Their frantic, exhausted eyes were locked entirely upon the weighted iron cookware hanging from Bran's backpack and the small, leather-bound journals secured to his utility belt. "Drop the iron," the lead raider rasped, a rusted, jagged blade trembling in his blistered hand. "Drop the food and walk away." Bran did not panic. He possessed the quiet, empathetic patience that defined his endless travels. He stepped smoothly in front of Elia, using his massive, patched wool frame as a physical shield between the child and the blades. His scarred hands, marked by countless burns, cuts, and old knife wounds, instinctively dropped to his utility belt, resting on the handle of his enormous chef's knife. It was a massive blade, yet Bran stubbornly refused to use it against the living unless absolutely necessary. He understood the horrifying reality of their era. Stabbing these men would not end the threat. It would only force them to endure the excruciating agony of their flesh violently knitting back together minutes later. Violence had become an inescapable, repetitive loop of futile slaughter. Before Bran could attempt to de-escalate the standoff, the ambient temperature plummeted, and the heavy crunch of boots echoed from the fog. A massive figure stepped onto the fractured road, placing himself deliberately between Bran and the desperate raiders. It was Harrow Vale. He was a man of immense, towering presence, tall, broad, and possessing a terrifying strength born entirely from the brutal act of surviving on the fringes of civilization, rather than any disciplined military training. He wore a heavy gray cloak and fingerless gloves, his attire completely devoid of armor, jewelry, or any aesthetic decorations, deeply believing that he possessed no right to beauty. Harrow did not draw a weapon. Strapped securely to his broad back was an old, heavy woodsman's axe, a blunt instrument he deeply feared and hated for what he had once used it for. Instead of swinging the heavy iron, he simply stood with his arms at his sides. The lead raider, driven mad by starvation, lunged forward and plunged his rusted blade deep into Harrow's unarmored side. Harrow did not flinch, nor did he strike back. His pale, nearly colorless eyes stared down at his attacker with a profound, paralyzing sorrow. His face, framed by dark hair chopped unevenly with rough knife cuts, was a gruesome, permanent tapestry of jagged scars. They were the physical remnants of failed executions, marking every desperate method humanity had attempted on him after the profound finality of death had vanished. As Harrow's immortal flesh immediately began to grotesquely knit itself back together around the rusted metal, the raider let go of the handle and stumbled backward in sheer, absolute terror. "The killing doesn't end anything anymore," Harrow rasped, his voice rough, painfully honest, and incredibly quiet. He calmly gripped the hilt of the blade embedded in his ribs and pulled it free, tossing the bloodied metal harmlessly into the pale dust. He looked at the 5 starving men, his towering, scarred presence acting as an impenetrable wall. "Leave the cook alone." The raiders, confronted by a massive, broken giant who completely refused to participate in the endless cycle of violence, broke and fled back into the ash-choked mist, swallowed once more by the unspooling reality of the dying lands. Harrow stood in silence for a long moment, the sideways wind catching his heavy gray cloak. He slowly turned to face Bran and the 10-year-old girl. Elia watched the stranger with bright, unburdened curiosity, entirely unfazed by the horrific display of unspooling anatomy she had just witnessed. Bran's warm hazel eyes constantly studied the older man's profound exhaustion, immediately recognizing the heavy, suffocating guilt radiating from Harrow's broad shoulders. "You are the cook they whisper about," Harrow murmured, his gaze dropping to the dirt, unable to meet Bran's eyes. He pointed a calloused, trembling finger at his own scarred throat. "Do you know what these are from?" Bran did not answer, offering only the restrained, emotional resonance of his silence. "I was a butcher of men," Harrow confessed, his voice breaking under the weight of his own relentless honesty. Decades ago, he had been a serial killer, a monster who firmly believed that death was a permanent solution to his own internal darkness. He touched the empty noose securely tied to his belt, his personal haunting symbol of the existence he was condemned to endure. "When the world broke and the dead started waking up, I realized I could not escape what I had done. The victims always come back, the executions always fail. I am forced to live with every person I ever hurt." Harrow dropped heavily to his knees in the pale dirt, the heavy woodsman's axe clanking against the fractured bedrock. It was a complete surrender of a man seeking a redemption he knew he could never fully earn. "I have no right to ask for absolution," Harrow whispered to the wandering cook. "But if I cannot die, please let me protect you." Bran absorbed the heavy, agonizing truth of the man's past. In a world governed by the philosophy that no villain is born believing they are evil, Harrow had slowly discovered that monsters were simply people who had lived entirely too long with their own unyielding hatred. Bran understood that true forgiveness required forgetting, and the things Harrow had done were far too vast to be forgotten. Bran did not offer hollow apologies or optimistic platitudes. He knew better than to insult the man's profound guilt. Instead, Bran unshouldered his enormous backpack. He methodically unhooked his folding cutting board and his newly weighted cast-iron pot, setting them firmly on the ground. He struck his flint, coaxing a horizontal, sideways burning flame to life beneath the heavy iron. He drew a handful of swaying dry herbs and a dense, pale root from his utility belt. Moving with extreme empathetic patience, Bran began to slice the root, expertly catching the pieces that attempted to float upward into the gravity-starved sky. As the water in the pot sluggishly heated, forming shimmering spheres of scalding broth, Bran folded the ingredients together until a thick, grounding stew was formed. He ladled the dense meal into a heavy iron bowl, his personal symbol of unyielding service acting as the only response necessary. Bran stepped forward and gently placed the steaming iron bowl into the former serial killer's trembling, calloused hands. He did not offer Harrow Vale forgiveness because absolution was not his to give. He did not offer him a clean conscience because memory was heavier than stone. He simply offered him dinner. Harrow stared down at the coarse, earthy meal, a single tear escaping his colorless eyes and curving lazily upward into the mist due to the failing gravity. The sheer physical density of the iron bowl, combined with the profound, undeniable grace of the gesture, provided a fleeting, beautiful comfort. In the suffocating silence of the apocalypse, Harrow Vale finally ate, anchoring his soul to the quiet, unbreakable promise that while his past was a tapestry of endless violence, his eternal future would be defined by absolute, unyielding service. Chapter 17, Gravity Wells. The storm did not descend from the bruised, ash-choked clouds, it rose from the earth. Bran paused on the fractured, unspooling coastal road, his heavy leather apron reinforced with stitched steel plates, groaning against his broad, underfed shoulders. He looked down at the pale dust beneath his ice-coated boots. Small, shimmering beads of moisture were actively detaching from the muddy grooves of the ancient stone path, defying all natural logic as they shot straight up into the air. The rain was falling upward. It was a surreal, terrifying manifestation of a world where reality itself was collapsing. Beside him, Harrow Vale stood like a massive, immovable statue. The former serial killer, clad in his heavy gray cloak and fingerless gloves, simply closed his pale, nearly colorless eyes as the upward falling rain pelted against his jaw. The heavy woodsman's axe strapped securely to his back acted as a vital physical anchor, keeping his towering, deeply scarred frame tethered to the shifting bedrock. Harrow did not speak. His painful, relentless honesty and profound guilt had rendered his presence entirely silent, choosing only to act as a solemn protector for the wandering cook. A few paces ahead, 10-year-old Elia giggled, a light melodic sound that cut sharply through the heavy dread of the dying landscape. To a child who had never known the profound finality of death, the apocalypse was simply the mundane reality she had been born into. She leaned entirely over, opening her mouth to catch the ascending raindrops on her tongue, entirely unbothered by the fact that the laws of physics were unraveling around her. "The puddles are emptying into the sky, Bran," Elia called out, pointing toward a shallow basin of water that was rapidly draining upward, sending a continuous, shimmering column of liquid into the dark canopy. "Stay close to the heavy iron, Elia," Bran instructed softly, his warm hazel eyes constantly scanning the treacherous terrain. He adjusted his enormous backpack, the dense lead and thick iron plowshares forged into his cookware clinking in a reliable, grounding rhythm. The trio continued their slow, agonizing ascent toward the edge of the continent, a jagged precipice known by the ancient cartographers as the world's lip. When they finally crested the ridge, the sheer, incomprehensible scale of the great gravity collapse lay bare before them. At the edge of the sheer drop stood the crumbling remnants of a stone observatory. Sitting cross-legged in the pale dirt, entirely surrounded by scattered brass astrolabes, heavy pendulums, and wildly spinning compasses, was an elderly man in tattered scholarly robes. He was frantically scribbling measurements into a massive, leather-bound ledger, completely ignoring the fact that he was starving to death. Bran unshouldered his heavy pack with a weary groan, setting his weighted cast-iron pot firmly onto the bedrock. He approached the scholar, his unyielding instinct to serve immediately overriding the bizarre, unspooling environment. "You are reading the sky," Bran observed quietly, his voice a steady, restrained resonance. The old man jerked his head up, his eyes wide and manic with the terrifying burden of empirical truth. "I am reading the death of the world," the scholar corrected, his voice raspy from severe dehydration. He pointed a trembling, ink-stained finger toward the horizon. "Look, just look." Bran, Harrow, and Elia stepped toward the edge of the cliff. In the far distance, the jagged peaks of the continent's ancient mountain range were completely detached from the earth, floating lazily in the bruised atmosphere like colossal, wandering islands. But the true horror lay directly below them. The ocean did not possess a tide. The vast, dark expanse of salt water was actively cresting, peeling away from the seabed, and violently climbing the sheer, vertical faces of the coastal cliffs. Massive waves reached upward like desperate, grasping fingers, entirely ignoring the downward pull of the earth as they crawled thousands of feet up the stone toward the sky. Scientists discover gravity itself is dying, the old scholar whispered, reciting his horrific conclusion as if it were a eulogy for the planet. It is not a uniform decay. We are entering gravity wells, massive shifting pockets where the fundamental forces of the universe are completely inverted. The mountains float, the oceans climb the cliffs. Within a matter of months, the dirt beneath our feet will simply let go and the continents will follow the water. Harrow stepped back from the cliff's edge, his broad chest heaving. For a man who had spent decades attempting suicide by throwing himself from high places only to have his bones violently knit back together, the concept of the ground disappearing entirely was a uniquely terrifying torment. "If the earth lets go," Harrow rasped, his rough voice breaking the heavy silence, "where do we fall?" "Nowhere," the scholar laughed, a broken, hollow sound devoid of any optimism. "We won't fall. We will simply drift in the dark forever, immortal and starving." Bran did not succumb to the overwhelming despair of the scientist's data. He possessed a philosophy that firmly dictated his every action. When the universe stripped away the natural urgency of life, absolute, unyielding kindness must take its place. He turned away from the ascending ocean, drew his small paring knife from his utility belt, and knelt beside his canvas mat. "The math says the world is ending," Bran said softly, striking his flint to coax a sideways burning fire to life. "But the math does not feed you." Bran worked with extreme, empathetic patience, adapting to the gravity well. Because the upward draft of the dying gravity threatened to steal any loose ingredients, he could not make a traditional soup. Instead, he took heavy, dense root vegetables and encased them entirely in a thick crust of coarse salt and ash grain, using the weight of the crust to trap the moisture and heat inside. He placed the heavy bundles directly into the glowing embers, pinning them down with the flat edge of his enormous chef knife. Elia sat beside the scholar, her bright eyes studying the brass instruments that were hovering inches above the ground. "If the water goes into the sky," the 10-year-old asked the old man, "will the clouds taste like salt?" The scholar looked at the young girl, stunned by the sheer, devastating innocence of a child who only knew an unraveling reality. His manic energy slowly dissolved into a profound, heavy sorrow. "Yes, little one," he murmured, his hands trembling as he closed his ledger. "The clouds will taste like tears." When the salt crusts were perfectly charred, Bran cracked them open with the heavy wooden handle of his knife, revealing the steaming, tender roots within. He placed the dense, grounding meal onto a heavy iron plate and handed it to the starving scientist. The scholar took his first bite, and the rich, earthy warmth immediately tethered his frayed mind back to his physical body. The data proved that reality itself was collapsing, but the profound, undeniable grace of the hot meal proved that humanity had not yet disappeared. The old man wept silently as he ate, the tears detaching from his cheeks and falling upward into the mist. Bran did not pack his kitchen away immediately. Instead, he unhooked his small, leather-bound journal of recipes, his meticulous record of memories. He opened it to a fresh page. He was not just a cook, he was humanity's final historian. Under the dim, horizontal light of the embers, Bran recorded the scholar's terrifying discovery of the gravity wells. He documented the day the oceans climbed the cliffs and the rain fell upward, ensuring that if fragments of the cookbook ever survived the apocalypse, future travelers would know exactly how the old world had physically broken apart. Harrow stood at the edge of the firelight, his pale eyes tracking the massive, star-pierced silhouette of an ancient dragon banking lazily through the distant clouds. Vesper was still watching them. As the gravity well continued to unspool the coastal bedrock, the last cook bound his journal with its frayed strap, firmly resolved that while the earth was actively dying beneath their feet, he would not let a single person face the end hungry. Chapter 18, Vesper's Lullaby. Thousands of years before the earth began its agonizing, upward unspooling into the clouds, the world was securely tethered by the heavy, undeniable truth of its own foundation. In the Emerald Nesting Valley, precisely 9,400 years before the present apocalypse, Vesper lay perfectly still beneath an unbroken, brilliant sun. She was an awe-inspiring masterpiece of the natural world. Her massive scales were pristine, weathered obsidian laced with unbroken veins of brilliant gold, and her magnificent horns resembled perfectly intact tree roots. Curled safely within the heavy, protective curve of her colossal tail were three newly born dragon hatchlings. The deep mountain air was quiet, completely free of the terrifying, sideways winds that would plague the dying lands millennia later. As the afternoon shadows lengthened across the heavy soil, Vesper lowered her great head, pressing her jaw against the warm bedrock. Deep within her massive chest, a slow, rhythmic vibration began to build. She did not roar, for she never raised her voice. Instead, she produced a low, melodic hum, a profound, resonating lullaby of safety that vibrated through the stone and echoed gently across the ancient valley. At the edge of the dense tree line, a small tribe of early humans sat around their primitive campfires. They were the ancestors of a bloodline that would eventually, accidentally burn the valley to ash. But on this peaceful evening, they simply listened. The deep, soothing hum of the ancient dragon drifted down from the nesting grounds, a melody so beautiful and grounding that the human mothers instinctively began to mimic it, humming the exact same rhythm to soothe their own fragile infants to sleep. They adopted the dragon's song, weaving it permanently into their family's history, completely unaware of the devastating tragedy they would inflict upon its creator just 2 years later. In the present, the sky above the fractured coastal road was a bruised, shifting canvas of pale dust and ascending water. Bran knelt on his heavy canvas mat beneath the suspended, petrified roots of an inverted oak. The gravity well had forced him to adapt his entire culinary philosophy. His newly forged, lead-weighted cast-iron pots sat immovably in the dirt, serving as essential anchors against the world's failing pull. He was preparing a simple, dense dough for ash bread, mixing the coarse ash grain with the last of his carefully salvaged water. The work was painstakingly slow, requiring him to continuously catch shimmering, hovering spheres of moisture that desperately attempted to detach from the bowl and crawl into the dark canopy. As Bran's scarred hands, marked by countless burns, cuts, and old knife wounds, rhythmically kneaded the heavy dough, he unconsciously began to hum. It was a slow, deep, vibrating melody. He had not learned it from a bard or a choir master. It was simply the song his mother had hummed to him in the dark, passed down through thousands of years of his family's lineage. It was a comforting rhythm he had used his entire adult life to keep time while he cooked, a solitary anchor in his endless traveling kitchen. A few paces away, Harrow Vale stood like an immovable monument, his heavy gray cloak snapping in the unnatural wind. The former serial killer, whose face was a gruesome tapestry of jagged scars from failed executions, kept his pale, nearly colorless eyes scanning the mist. He did not reach for the old, heavy woodsman's axe strapped to his broad back. Instead, his calloused hand rested near the empty noose tied securely to his belt, his personal symbol of the inescapable, endless existence he was condemned to endure. 10-year-old Elia sat quietly beside Harrow, holding her wooden spoon, her bright, unburdened eyes watching Bran work. Suddenly, the ambient temperature plummeted with a suffocating finality. The sideways wind died completely. Harrow stepped forward, his massive frame instantly shifting to shield the wandering cook and the young girl, but Bran raised a flour-dusted hand, signaling the giant to stand down. Descending through the ash-choked mist, moving with a slow, agonizing grace that defied the unspooling atmosphere, was Vesper. The last mother landed silently on the fractured bedrock, her colossal weight groaning against the dying earth. She was nearly half a mile long, a living mountain of grief. Her wings riddled with ragged tears that allowed entire constellations to shine brightly through the dark webbing, folded carefully against her scarred sides. Ancient, rusted chains clinked against her obsidian scales, and the hundreds of brutal ballista wounds along her neck bore silent witness to the centuries of humanity's panicked cruelty. Vesper did not attack. She lowered her massive, beautiful head until her shattered, root-like horns were mere yards from Bran's sideways burning fire. Her enormous, amber eyes held absolutely no rage, only a paralyzing, impossible exhaustion. She stared at the wandering cook, listening. Bran's humming slowly faded into the thick, damp air. He stopped kneading the heavy dough, his warm hazel eyes locking onto the dragon's gaze. The silence between them was vast, ancient, and devastatingly heavy. Vesper let out a low, vibrating hum that perfectly matched the pitch and rhythm Bran had just been singing. The sound resonated through the soles of Bran's ash-coated boots, rattling the stitched steel plates of his heavy leather apron. In that single shattering moment, the complete horrifying truth of his bloodline connection crystallized in his mind. The lullaby he had hummed his entire life to find comfort was not a human invention. It was the sacred maternal song Vesper had sung to the 3 hatchlings that his ancestors had accidentally burned to ash. The tragedy was incomprehensible. The descendants of the very people who had destroyed the ancient dragon's future were the only ones left in the unspooling world who remembered her children's song. Humanity had stolen her family, but they had kept her memory alive without ever realizing what it meant. A single massive tear escaped Vesper's exhausted amber eye, curving lazily upward into the mist due to the failing gravity. It was not a tear of vengeance, but of profound, unadulterated heartbreak. Every act of revenge she had sought over the millennia had only deepened the emptiness within her chest, and now, standing before the man whose veins carried the ancient sin, she realized that killing him would simply erase the last remaining echo of her lullaby. Bran did not reach for his enormous chef's knife. He slowly wiped the ash grain from his scarred hands and stepped out from behind the heavy iron pots, his broad, underfed shoulders bearing the immense emotional weight of a 10,000-year-old apology. He could not resurrect the dead, nor could he undo the horrific mistakes of his ancestors. But as he looked up at the last mother, he firmly resolved that he would never let her song be forgotten again. "I didn't know," Bran whispered, his voice carrying a restrained, emotional resonance that cut through the silence of the apocalypse. "I promise you, I did not know whose song I was carrying." Vesper simply blinked her massive eyes, offering a silent communion of mutual brokenness. She shifted her colossal weight, turning her star-pierced wings back toward the bruised canopy, leaving the wandering cook to grapple with the agonizing knowledge that his family's oldest heirloom was forged from the world's greatest tragedy. Chapter 19: Cloudreach. After navigating the terrifying, upward-pulling precipices of the gravity wells, Bran, Harrow, and Elia discovered a profound, beautiful testament to human defiance drifting peacefully against the bruised, ash-choked sky. It was Cloudreach, the floating bakery city. Unlike the desperate, chaotic destruction of Ethelgard, where civilization had violently and tragically torn free from the earth, Cloudreach had miraculously learned to ride the apocalypse. The settlement consisted of a breathtaking network of small, floating islands hovering lazily above the fractured plains, tethered securely to one another by thick, woven ropes and massive iron chains. The air surrounding the suspended community did not smell of pale dust or unspooling rock. It was thick with the rich, comforting aroma of toasted yeast, warm sugar, and wood smoke. It was a rare, undeniable symbol of humanity's resilience and adaptation in a world that was becoming completely impossible to live in. The trio ascended a massive, anchored rope net to reach the lowest floating plaza. Harrow Vale, the tall, broad former serial killer whose face was a gruesome tapestry of jagged execution scars, gripped the hemp ropes with white-knuckled intensity. For a man who carried the immense, heavy guilt of his past and an old woodsman's axe he deeply feared, the lack of solid earth beneath his boots was a terrifying prospect. Yet, 10-year-old Elia bounded up the netting with effortless grace. As a child who had never seen anyone truly die, to whom the horrific finality of death was merely taking a very long nap, the collapsing laws of physics were nothing more than a magnificent playground. When Bran finally hauled his broad, underfed shoulders over the stone lip of the island, the heavy, stitched steel plates of his leather apron clinking softly, he froze in absolute awe. The bakers of Cloudreach had bolted their massive, heavy stone ovens directly into the bedrock of the floating islands, anchoring the structures with thick chains to prevent the immense heat from lifting the ovens entirely into the sky. Cooking in the dying world was incredibly difficult because fire burned sideways and water crawled from bowls. but baking presented an entirely different kind of chaos. As the bakers used long wooden peels to pull golden, perfectly baked loaves from the roaring fires, the trapped steam and heat inside the dough interacted violently with the failing gravity. The bread literally rose. The warm loaves constantly escaped the baker's tools, lifting off the stone and drifting lazily up toward the dark canopy. To combat this bizarre phenomenon, the children of Cloudreach ran wildly across the floating stone terraces, armed with long woven nets. Because the great gravity collapse had progressed to the point where people could easily jump 30 feet into the air, the children soared between the floating islands like wingless birds. They laughed with bright, unburdened joy, performing magnificent mid-air acrobatics to catch the escaping loaves of bread before they could disappear into the clouds. It was a breathtaking spectacle of pure, unadulterated joy. For the wandering cook who had spent years feeding starving, weeping survivors, the sight of the flying children was one of the warmest moments he had ever experienced, serving as undeniable proof that beauty still existed at the end of the world. Elia did not hesitate. She dropped her spare wooden spoon onto Bran's canvas mat, grabbed a discarded net from the cobblestones, and sprinted toward the edge of the plaza. She launched herself 30 feet into the thin air, her light, melodic laughter echoing over the floating city as she expertly snared a hovering golden loaf. Bran watched his young apprentice with a deep, genuine smile. He approached the master baker, a woman whose forearms were dusted entirely in pale flour that hung suspended in the air around her like a localized snowstorm. He did not draw the enormous chef's knife from his utility belt. Instead, he unhooked his dense, lead-fused cast iron pots to show her how he had adapted to the shifting gravity. They shared a quiet, profound camaraderie forged entirely through their mutual refusal to surrender their craft. "We anchor the stone and the children catch the rest," the master baker explained softly, placing a freshly caught, perfectly warm loaf into Bran's scarred hands. "If the world insists on floating away, we simply have to learn how to fly." A few paces away, Harrow stood leaning heavily on the handle of his woodsman's axe. The massive, awkward man, who constantly apologized for atrocities nobody else remembered, watched Elia tumbling through the air with the other children. Slowly, the deep, agonizing tension in Harrow's broad chest began to unravel. He touched the empty noose tied securely to his belt, his personal haunting symbol of the inescapable existence he was condemned to endure, and realized that his vow to protect Bran and Elia had actually brought him to a place of profound peace. In a world that had forgotten how to end, Cloudreach proved that humanity could still invent new ways to live. As the bruised, ash-choked sun dipped below the horizon, painting the floating islands in brilliant strokes of violet and gold, Bran knelt by his heavy iron pots and unhooked one of his small, leather-bound journals of recipes. He uncapped his ink and began to write. He did not just record the measurements of the yeast or the temperature of the chained ovens. He recorded the profound memory of the settlement. He wrote about the children chasing loaves with nets, and the bakers who refused to let the sky steal their history. They sat together on the edge of the floating island, tearing into the warm, earthy bread. The meal did not cure the great gravity collapse, nor did it reverse the end of the world. But as Bran chewed the soft, grounding crust, he looked at his makeshift, broken family and knew with absolute certainty that compassion and joy would survive far longer than the apocalypse. The glowing, chained ovens of Cloudreach cast a brilliant, flickering warmth across the floating cobblestone plazas, transforming the small community of suspended islands into a constellation of defiance against the dying world. Bran sat near the edge of the tethered bedrock, his broad, underfed shoulders relaxing as the thick aroma of toasted yeast and wood smoke permeated the thin, gravity-starved air. He watched the master baker deftly wield her long wooden peel, pulling yet another batch of golden loaves from the heavy stone hearths that the villagers had painstakingly anchored with massive iron chains. As the trapped steam and heat caused the fresh bread to immediately lift from the stone, it constantly tried to drift into the bruised sky, a bizarre phenomenon of the unspooling physical laws. Elia, the 10-year-old girl to whom the concept of permanent death was merely a mythological, very long nap, bounded back across the floating terrace. Her woven net was heavy with the freshly caught hovering loaves she had chased through the air. She possessed a fierce, unburdened hope, a child finding magnificent joy in a reality where the mountains floated and the world was becoming entirely impossible to live in. She approached Harrow Vale, offering a warm piece of the escaping bread to the massive, heavily scarred former serial killer. Harrow hesitated, his pale, nearly colorless eyes staring down at the delicate crust. For a man whose dark, unevenly cut hair framed a face marked by dozens of jagged scars from failed executions, accepting such a pure, simple kindness felt agonizingly foreign. He was a man who had spent decades believing that violence and death solved problems, only to be forced to live with the people he had hurt when the profound finality of death vanished. He slowly reached out with his fingerless gloves, his calloused hands that had once wielded the heavy woodsman's axe strapped to his back with terrifying efficiency, gently taking the bread. Harrow touched the empty noose securely tied to his belt, his personal haunting symbol of the existence he was condemned to endure, and quietly thanked the young girl, his redemption slowly being forged not through forgiveness, but through these quiet moments of shared service. Bran observed this silent, beautiful exchange, his warm hazel eyes studying the shifting emotional landscape of his makeshift family. He turned his attention back to his small, leather-bound journal of recipes, the book that was steadily becoming humanity's truest history. In a world where memory was heavier than stone, he understood that food was love made tangible, and that every shared meal was profoundly sacred because of its temporary nature. He documented the intricate, suspended architecture of Cloudreach, noting how the thick, woven ropes and iron chains kept the floating islands tethered together, a rare, undeniable symbol of resilience and adaptation in the apocalypse. The master baker approached Bran's canvas mat, her flour-dusted hands resting on her hips as she inspected his portable kitchen. She eyed the dense, lead-fused cast-iron pots Bran used to counteract the failing gravity, recognizing the profound ingenuity required to boil water when it constantly tried to crawl from the bowls. "You have learned to make the earth heavy again, cook," the master baker murmured, her dialogue sparse and purposeful, carrying the deep resonance of a survivor. "But here in the clouds, we have chosen to let the earth go." Bran nodded slowly, his scarred hands resting on the enormous chef's knife he carried at his utility belt, a weapon he stubbornly refused to use against the living. He reached into his heavy leather apron, which was reinforced with stitched steel plates, and drew a small pouch of the coarse ash grain he had salvaged from the dying plains below. He offered it to her, an unspoken trade between two caretakers of a shattered humanity. "Adaptation," Bran replied quietly, his tired face breaking into a genuine, warm smile. "If we cannot anchor the flour, we will teach the children how to fly with nets." The baker accepted the ash grain, her eyes reflecting the glowing embers of her chained ovens. She invited Bran to step closer to the roaring hearths, offering to share the secret of their floating yeast, a specialized fermentation process that thrived in the shifting gravity. As Bran stood to join her, he looked out past the tethered islands, where the bruised, starless night stretched infinitely over the drifting remnants of the continents. He knew that somewhere in that vast, unspooling dark, the colossal, star-pierced wings of Vesper were still silently tracking them, a grieving mother forever tethered to his bloodline. Bran stepped closer to the roaring hearths, feeling the intense, grounding heat radiate from the massive stone ovens that the bakers had painstakingly anchored with rusted iron chains. The master baker, her forearms still heavily dusted in pale flour that hung suspended in the gravity-starved air, gently gestured toward the bubbling vats of their specialized fermentation process. In a world where the great gravity collapse caused water to crawl from bowls and mountains to tear free from the earth, the yeast of Cloudreach had miraculously adapted. Fed by the floating crops the villagers cultivated on the tethered bedrock, the dough had fundamentally changed, trapping the shifting atmosphere within its core to create bread that naturally wanted to rise directly into the bruised sky. Bran meticulously recorded this impossible technique in his small, leather-bound journal, determined that this beautiful act of culinary defiance would become a permanent chapter in humanity's truest history. Across the floating cobblestone plaza, 10-year-old Elia finally succumbed to the overwhelming exhaustion of her joyful labor. Having spent the entire evening soaring 30 feet into the thin air to catch the escaping golden loaves with her woven net, she curled up peacefully on Bran's heavy canvas mat. To a child who had never seen anyone truly die, the unraveling physics of the apocalypse were simply a magnificent playground, and her innocent laughter had provided the exhausted wandering cook with one of the warmest moments of his entire journey. Harrow Vale, the towering former serial killer whose face was a permanent tapestry of jagged execution scars, moved silently toward the sleeping girl. With a profound, agonizing tenderness that contradicted his massive, intimidating frame, he unclasped his heavy gray cloak and gently draped it over Elia to protect her from the unnatural, sideways wind. Harrow then stepped back to the jagged edge of the floating terrace, his pale, nearly colorless eyes scanning the vast, unspooling horizon. He deeply hated the old, heavy woodsman's axe strapped to his broad back, fearing the blunt instrument he had once used with terrifying efficiency when he falsely believed that violence was a permanent solution. But standing on the suspended island of Cloudreach, watching a community find pure, unadulterated joy in a dying world, Harrow finally understood his place. His redemption could never be earned through forgiveness, as his sins were far too vast, but it could be meticulously forged through absolute, unyielding service. He would no longer be a bringer of death in a world that had completely forgotten how to end, but a solemn protector for the man who fed the survivors. Bran sat back down beside his dense, lead-fused cast-iron pots, allowing the comforting, earthy aroma of toasted yeast and wood smoke to fill his lungs. He looked up at the last few children performing magnificent mid-air acrobatics to catch the final, hovering loaves of the night. The floating bakery city was an undeniable, breathtaking proof that beauty still existed at the very end of the world. As the deep, starless night swallowed the dying lands below, Cloudreach hovered peacefully above the fractured plains, its chained ovens burning like a brilliant, defiant constellation against the unspooling dark, a quiet reminder that while the earth was letting go, humanity was fiercely holding on. Chapter 20, The Choice. The fractured plateau was eerily silent, suspended in the bruised, ash-choked atmosphere high above the dying world. Having finally left the floating bakery city of Cloudreach behind, Bran sat alone by the glowing, sideways burning embers of his traveling kitchen. A few dozen yards away, 10-year-old Elia and the towering former serial killer Harrow Vale were deeply asleep, sheltered beneath the massive giant's heavy gray cloak to ward off the unnatural, upward-pulling winds. Bran, whose warm hazel eyes constantly studied the needs of others before his own rest, remained awake, his scarred hands, marked by countless burns and old knife wounds, gently turning the pages of his small, leather-bound journal. He was meticulous in his duty, translating the profound memories of the unspooling world into recipes so that humanity would not simply drift away into the dark. Without warning, the horizontal flames of his fire flickered and died, snuffed out by an immense, sudden displacement of air. The ambient temperature plummeted, and the stars above the plateau were entirely erased. Bran slowly closed his cookbook and stood, his broad, underfed shoulders squaring beneath the heavy, stitched steel plates of his leather apron. Descending with an agonizing, silent grace that defied the unraveling laws of physics was Vesper. The last mother was incomprehensibly massive, nearly half a mile long, her single wing capable of eclipsing an entire city. She landed on the edge of the floating bedrock, her colossal claws gripping the stone as ancient, rusted chains clinked softly against her weathered obsidian scales. This time, she did not keep her distance in the clouds. For the first time since the apocalypse began, Vesper had finally caught the wandering cook entirely alone. Up close, the breathtaking tragedy of her existence was undeniable. The brilliant veins of dull gold running beneath her scales resembled cracked pottery that had been painstakingly repaired millennia ago. As she lowered her colossal head, Bran could see the deep, ragged tears in her dark webbing where entire constellations shone brightly through the holes, and the ancient ballista wounds that permanently scarred her neck. Small, pale flowers miraculously grew from the deep cracks in her massive back where rainwater had collected, a heartbreaking symbol of life clinging to an ancient monument of grief. Bran did not reach for the enormous chef's knife at his utility belt. He knew that Vesper possessed unimaginable power and could destroy him instantly. Instead, he simply waited, his quiet, empathetic patience acting as a profound anchor in the heavy silence. When Vesper finally spoke, she did not roar, she never raised her voice. Her tone was incredibly soft, speaking like someone desperately trying to remember happier centuries. "I have tracked your blood for 9,398 years, the ancient dragon whispered, the low, vibrating hum of her voice rattling the dense, lead-fused cast iron pots resting in the dirt. "Since the afternoon your ancestors threw pitch-soaked torches into the Emerald Valley and burned my future to ash." Bran closed his eyes, the immense, suffocating weight of his inherited guilt pressing down on his chest. Vesper was not hunting him because he was evil. She was hunting the specific bloodline responsible for her children's extinction. He simply carried the history of a catastrophic mistake that humanity had never even realized it committed. "I have spent millennia tearing the descendants of those men from the earth," Vesper continued, a single massive tear escaping her exhausted amber eye and drifting lazily upward into the gravity-starved mist. "I believe that if I made your kind feel the exact same agony I felt, the universe would somehow balance. I believed that vengeance would heal a wound that was centuries old." She lowered her massive, shattered, root-like horns until they were mere feet from Bran's chest. "But every act of revenge only made the emptiness inside me worse." In the devastating quiet of the dying world, the physical manifestation of grief finally surrendered her absolute certainty. She looked at the wandering cook, a man whose entire philosophy was built upon the belief that no one should face the end hungry, and confessed the agonizing truth. "I do not know if I want revenge anymore, little cook," Vesper wept, her massive voice breaking under the weight of 10,000 years of sorrow. "The world is tearing itself apart. The mountains float away and the sky is letting go of the earth. Soon there will be nothing left, and when the world is gone, there will be absolutely no one left to remember my children." She exhaled a long, shuddering breath that smelled of ancient ozone and rain. "I just want someone to remember them." Bran looked into the last mother's impossible, heartbroken eyes. In a reality where the profound finality of death had vanished and people were condemned to an endless, inescapable torment, he understood that grief rarely listened to reason. Yet Vesper had just made the ultimate, devastating choice to break the cycle. She had chosen to let her hatred die so that her memory could live. Bran unhooked the frayed leather strap of his cookbook, his personal, sacred archive of humanity's history. He opened the heavy parchment to the specific page where he had documented dragon tea and the ancient lullaby she had sung to her hatchlings. He held the book out toward her massive, scarred snout. "My ancestors took your future," Bran said softly, his voice carrying a restrained, emotional resonance that met her sorrow evenly. "I cannot fix what they broke. I cannot give you back the centuries you spent mourning in the dark." He placed his calloused, burn-scarred hand flat against the pages of his journal. "But memory is heavier than stone. And I promise you, as long as I have breath, and as long as I can carry this book, your children will not be forgotten." Vesper closed her exhausted eyes, the agonizing tension that had gripped her colossal frame for nearly 10 millennia slowly beginning to unravel. The choice was made. The last mother recognized that revenge fades when there is no one left to hate, but compassion and kindness can become a legacy that survives long after civilizations have fallen. She let out a long, low, melodic hum, the soothing rhythm of her ancient lullaby, and gently pressed the tip of her massive, obsidian snout against Bran's small, trembling hand. It was an act of profound, world-shattering mercy. With a heavy, rhythmic beat of her star-pierced wings, Vesper pushed herself backward, ascending lazily into the bruised canopy without leaving a single trace of violence behind. Bran watched the colossal shadow disappear into the mist, deeply humbled by the grace of a monster who had simply decided to stop being one. He returned to his heavy canvas mat, struck his flint to revive his sideways burning fire, and began to carefully write a new chapter in his cookbook, ensuring that the legacy of 3 dragon hatchlings would outlast the very end of the world. Chapter 21: The Last Feast. The world was no longer simply dying, it was actively, violently letting go. After the ancient dragon Vesper departed into the bruised, gravity-starved canopy, Bran stood on the edge of the fractured plateau and looked out over a landscape that was completely unraveling. Colossal chunks of the continent were tearing free from the bedrock, drifting lazily into the sky as massive, wandering islands. The oceans were climbing the vertical faces of the coastal cliffs, completely ignoring the failing downward pull of the earth. In the face of this irreversible, apocalyptic unspooling, Bran realized that humanity needed a profound, undeniable anchor to keep their minds from drifting away into the dark alongside the floating mountains. The wandering cook made a monumental decision. He would cook one massive, final meal for absolutely everyone. Word of the gathering spread across the dying lands with miraculous speed, carried by the unnatural, upward-pulling winds and the desperate whispers of starving survivors. Rumors echoed through the floating ruins and ash-choked valleys that the last cook came, a beacon of warmth in a reality that had become entirely impossible to live in. Propelled by the promise of shared sustenance, entire villages began to travel across the treacherous, fractured plains. They navigated massive gravity wells where the rain fell upward and the earth groaned under the strain of the great gravity collapse, all converging on a wide, relatively stable basin of petrified bedrock. Standing at the perimeter of the makeshift sanctuary was Harrow Vale, the massive, towering former serial killer whose pale, severely scarred face bore the gruesome remnants of dozens of failed executions, expected absolute chaos. He wore his heavy gray cloak and fingerless gloves, his calloused hands resting near the heavy woodsman's axe strapped securely to his broad back. Harrow had spent decades believing that violence was a permanent solution, only to discover that because nobody could die, his victims always came back. He braced himself to act as Bran's solemn protector against the desperate, starving hordes. Yet as the thousands of broken people poured into the basin, a profound, impossible miracle occurred. Former enemies, men and women who had spent the endless years locked in brutal, futile cycles of slaughter because death had vanished, suddenly sat down together in the pale dust. They dropped their rusted, jagged blades and discarded their heavy iron chains. Nobody fought. They did not lay down their arms because human conflict was entirely gone, but because a fragile, beautiful hope had returned to the world for one single evening. At the absolute center of the vast crowd, Bran unshouldered his enormous backpack, unfolding his entire portable traveling kitchen. His broad, underfed shoulders ached beneath the weight of his heavy leather apron, which was reinforced with stitched steel plates. He did not draw his enormous chef's knife to defend himself. He only used it to meticulously prepare the scavenged ingredients. Because the gravity was rapidly failing, cooking had become incredibly difficult. Water constantly crawled from the heavy iron bowls, and the fires burned completely sideways. Bran was not alone in his monumental task. Beside him stood 10-year-old Elia, the young apprentice to whom the profound finality of death was merely a mythological, very long nap. Moving with a fierce, joyful determination, she utilized a long, woven net to catch the shimmering, scalding spheres of broth and the golden loaves of ash bread that constantly tried to rise into the sky. Together, Bran and Elia worked in perfect, rhythmic harmony, folding dense pale roots, coarse ash grain, and rare, hovering herbs into the dense, lead-fused cast-iron pots forged by the floating blacksmith Oren Flint. Bran's scarred hands, marked by countless burns and old knife wounds, moved with an extreme, empathetic patience, firmly believing that every single person deserved one final good meal. As the bruised twilight settled over the basin, Bran began to distribute the heavy iron bowls. The sheer physical density of the cookware provided an essential anchor against the unspooling atmosphere, tethering the exhausted survivors to the dirt. As the thousands of people ate the cloud soup and the coarse, earthy bread, a profound, heavy silence fell over the dying world. In a reality where the natural urgency of life had been permanently erased by the disappearance of death, the shared warmth of the meal proved that compassion could survive longer than revenge. Bran walked among the huddled masses, his warm hazel eyes studying their faces, smiling often not because the world was good, but because these broken people desperately needed someone to. He watched Harrow gently pass a warm loaf of bread to a weeping family, the towering giant finally realizing that his redemption was being forged through absolute, unyielding service rather than violence. Bran touched the wooden spoon hanging from his utility belt, the profound symbol of his life's purpose. According to his core philosophy, food was love made tangible, and because every shared meal was inherently temporary, that fleeting nature made it incredibly sacred. The last feast did not cure the unraveling physics of the planet, but for one perfect, quiet evening under a broken sky, the wandering cook successfully fed the end of the world. Chapter 22, The Book of Meals. The bruised, gravity-starved dawn that followed the last feast did not rise over a whole world, but rather over a fractured mosaic of floating continents and ascending oceans. In the vast, relatively stable basin of petrified bedrock, thousands of survivors lay in a profound, peaceful slumber, their exhausted, immortal bodies temporarily anchored to the earth by the immense physical density of the coarse bread and heavy soup they had consumed the night before. Empty, lead-fused iron bowls lay scattered in the pale dust, serving as quiet testaments to a miracle. For one single evening, former enemies had eaten together without raising a rusted blade, abandoning their endless, futile cycles of violence simply because a wandering cook had offered them the fragile warmth of shared sustenance. At the edge of the sleeping masses, Bran sat alone on his heavy canvas mat beneath the suspended roots of a floating elm. His broad, underfed shoulders ached beneath the stitched steel plates of his leather apron, and his warm hazel eyes were incredibly tired, yet utterly devoid of despair. His scarred hands, permanently marked by countless burns, cuts, and old knife wounds, rested gently upon the frayed cover of his small, leather-bound journal. The cooking was over. Now it was time to finish the history. Bran uncapped his ink and opened the journal to its final blank pages. In a reality where the profound finality of death had vanished, permanently erasing the natural urgency of life, he understood that if humanity did not actively carry the weight of its own memories, it would simply drift away into the dark alongside the unspooling mountains. He did not record mere measurements of salt or temperatures of horizontal fire. Each recipe he committed to the parchment contained a specific person's history. The recipes were becoming memorials. He turned back to the beginning of the book, his ink-stained fingers tracing the earliest entries. He looked at the page for ash bread. He had originally created the recipe after the wheat simply stopped growing in the floating soil, but the entry did not focus on the coarse grain. Instead, it immortalized the floating farming village he had visited, and an elder who had fought the dying sky to pull sustenance from drifting rocks. He turned the page to cloud soup. The recipe was invented out of pure necessity when the collapsing gravity no longer allowed water to properly boil, forming shimmering, scalding spheres in the thin air. But the text on the page was a memorial to Orrin Flint, the floating blacksmith who had laughed at the apocalypse, inventing the dense, lead-weighted cookware that allowed Bran to anchor his kitchen to the fractured earth. Bran's pen scratched quietly against the heavy parchment, filling the remaining pages with the stories of the people he had encountered at the edge of the world. He wrote about Sister Myril, the elderly nun known as the Keeper of the Empty Graves. She had continued to bury bodies despite knowing that every corpse would inevitably climb back out minutes later, fundamentally believing that her rituals comforted the living far more than they served the dead. He wrote about the ferryman, the old boatman who still rowed his wooden vessel across the shifting currents every single day, refusing to abandon a calling that had once carried souls. He dedicated an entire section to the bakers of Cloudreach, the small community living on floating islands who had anchored their massive stone ovens with iron chains. He documented the beautiful, unburdened joy of their children, who soared 30 feet into the air with woven nets to catch the warm loaves of bread that constantly tried to escape into the sky. Finally, Bran turned to the recipe for dragon tea. It was a soothing brew prepared specifically for grieving families, but in his book, it carried the immense 10,000-year-old sorrow of Vesper. He wrote down the truth of his own bloodline, documenting the day ancient humans had accidentally destroyed the Emerald Nesting Valley and burned her 3 hatchlings to ash. He wrote about a mother whose grief was so vast it eclipsed the sky, yet who ultimately chose mercy over vengeance. Is the book full? Bran paused, the nib of his pen hovering above the parchment. 10-year-old Elia stood beside his canvas mat, her ragged clothing covered in pale dust. To her generation, death was nothing more than an ancient mythology, merely taking a very long nap. She held Bran's spare wooden spoon in her small, unscarred hand, having learned through his quiet mentorship that cooking could preserve culture even when it could no longer preserve life. Yes, Elia, Bran answered softly, his voice carrying a steady, restrained, emotional resonance. He gently pressed the drying ink with a cloth. The cookbook is completed. Elia sat cross-legged beside him, her bright, inquisitive eyes staring down at the thick stack of bound parchment. If the world finishes breaking apart and all the cities float away, she murmured, her melodic voice cutting through the thick mist, how will people know how to make the soup? They will read it here, Bran replied, offering her a small, deeply genuine smile, not because their apocalyptic reality was good, but because she desperately needed him to. This is no longer just a guide for survival. It is a record of everyone who chose to stay grounded when the universe tried to pull them away. Food has become literature. A few paces away, Harrow Vale stood a silent vigil over the sleeping camp. The towering, broad former serial killer leaned heavily against the wooden handle of his old axe, an empty noose tied securely to his belt serving as a permanent symbol of the inescapable existence he was condemned to endure. His extremely pale face, marked by dozens of jagged scars from failed executions, held a profound, peaceful exhaustion. Harrow watched the wandering cook bind the heavy book, realizing that while his own past was a permanent tapestry of violence, Bran had successfully forged a legacy of absolute compassion. Bran carefully wrapped the frayed leather strap around the cookbook, pulling it tight and securing the knot. The massive undertaking was finally finished. He hooked the completed book of meals to his utility belt, right next to his enormous chef's knife and his swinging spice jars. He looked up at the bruised canopy, where entire continents were beginning to drift lazily into the dark, completely untethered from the dying planet. The world was entirely gone, but humanity's history was safely anchored at his hip, ensuring that long after the Earth finally let go, no one would ever be forgotten. Chapter 23, The Dragon Cries. The last feast had not truly ended. It had simply evolved into a permanent, quiet vigil at the end of the world. In the vast, relatively stable basin of petrified bedrock, thousands of immortal survivors remained gathered together, entirely abandoning their endless, futile cycles of violence. With the continents actively tearing free from the earth and drifting into the bruised sky, there was simply nowhere else to go. Bran Ashfeld, the wandering cook, stood at the center of the encampment, his newly completed book of meals, the heavy, leather-bound journal containing humanity's final history, secured firmly to his utility belt. Then the unnatural, upward-pulling winds abruptly died, replaced by a profound, suffocating drop in temperature. The sky above the basin darkened completely as a shadow nearly half a mile long eclipsed the floating mountains. Panic rippled through the thousands of survivors as Vesper, the last mother, descended from the gravity-starved canopy. Her sheer scale was incomprehensible, her colossal wings, riddled with ragged tears that allowed the stars to shine through the dark webbing, displaced the thin mist with agonizing grace. She landed at the edge of the petrified basin, her colossal claws gripping the fractured earth as ancient, rusted chains clinked softly against her weathered obsidian scales. The brilliant veins of dull gold running beneath her armor glowed faintly in the twilight, resembling cracked pottery that had been painstakingly repaired millennia ago. Instinctively, hundreds of hands reached for rusted blades and discarded iron chains. Harrow Vale, the towering former serial killer, stepped forward, his pale, heavily scarred face tense with protective instinct. Yet the massive giant did not draw the heavy woodsman's axe strapped to his broad back. Harrow looked at Bran, whose warm hazel eyes remained perfectly calm, and then looked back at the terrified crowd. Harrow raised his large, calloused hands that had once been instruments of terrifying slaughter, and signaled for absolute peace. No one attacked, driven by the fragile, beautiful hope that had returned to them during the feast. The broken remnants of humanity lowered their weapons. Vesper did not roar, for she never raised her voice. She lowered her massive, beautiful head, her shattered, root-like horns pressing against the pale dust. Her enormous, exhausted amber eyes swept over the thousands of people who had lost their homes, their cities, and their entire world to the great gravity collapse. Bran stepped forward, his heavy leather apron groaning against his broad, underfed shoulders. He did not reach for his enormous chef's knife. Instead, he unhooked the book of meals and held it up toward the ancient dragon. He turned to face the huddled, weeping masses. In a reality where dialogue was sparse and silence carried profound meaning, Bran's voice rang out with absolute, undeniable clarity. 9,400 years ago, this world was whole, Bran called out, his voice echoing across the basin. And in an emerald valley that no longer exists, this mother raised 3 hatchlings. Our ancestors, blinded by their own wars, threw pitch-soaked torches into her home and burned her future to ash. We stole her children, we stole her world. A heavy, world-shattering silence fell over the gathered survivors. They looked up at the terrifying, ancient monster and saw only a grieving mother. The people in the basin had just watched their cobblestone streets, their stone bakeries, and their cathedrals drift into the sky. They understood the agonizing, suffocating despair of having their physical history permanently erased. For 10,000 years, Vesper had been an isolated monument of grief, but standing in the dying basin, she was finally surrounded by a civilization that completely understood what it meant to lose everything. Slowly, Sister Myril, the elderly nun who maintained the empty graves, stepped out from the crowd and dropped to her knees in the pale dust. Harrow Vale knelt beside her, the empty noose on his belt touching the dirt. 10-year-old Elia bowed her small head. One by one, thousands of survivors knelt before the last mother, offering a profound, silent apology for an ancient genocide they had not committed, but were finally willing to acknowledge. For the first time in centuries, someone mourned with her. Vesper let out a low, vibrating hum, a sound of unimaginable, heartbreaking release. The agonizing tension that had fueled her relentless hunt across the millennia finally snapped. She closed her massive amber eyes and the dragon cried. Her tears were colossal, heavy spheres of salt water that fell from her scarred face like falling glass. Because gravity was actively dying, the tears did not simply soak into the pale dirt. They shattered against the petrified bedrock and began to pool, rising and swelling in bizarre, shifting currents. The sheer volume of her sorrow was incomprehensible. The tears poured forth in an endless, torrential deluge of ancient grief, a physical manifestation of a heartbreak that had outlasted the earth itself. The salt water cascaded over the jagged lips of the basin, rushing down into the dry, fractured canyons below. Entire valleys flooded from the dragon's tears. The massive, shimmering lakes of sorrow hovered and shifted within the gravity wells, catching the starlight and transforming the dying landscape into a breathtaking, tragic ocean of memory. Bran stood before the weeping dragon, the warm water soaking through his ash-coated boots. He did not offer hollow platitudes, he simply placed a scarred hand upon her enormous obsidian snout. In the twilight of the apocalypse, the wandering cook and the ancient dragon shared the ultimate communion. Vesper had finally let go of her revenge, realizing that compassion and shared remembrance could survive far longer than hatred. As the world unspooled around them, the flooded valleys served as humanity's final, beautiful baptism, washing away the sins of the past just hours before the sky would finally let go of the earth entirely. The colossal, shimmering lakes of salt water suspended within the gravity wells did not fall to the fractured earth. Instead, they slowly orbited the petrified basin like newly born aquatic moons. Refracting the dim light of the bruised sky, the floating tears cast a profound, ethereal glow over the thousands of survivors who remained kneeling in the pale dust. Vesper, the last mother, kept her massive, shattered horns pressed gently against the bedrock, her enormous frame trembling as the agonizing weight of 10,000 years of hatred finally left her body. Bran Ashfell stood motionless before the ancient dragon, his scarred hand, marked by countless burns and old knife wounds, resting firmly against her weathered obsidian scales. Beneath his touch, he could feel the deep, rhythmic thrum of her heartbeat, a slow, grounding pulse that seemed to momentarily stabilize the unraveling bedrock beneath their ash-coated boots. The brilliant veins of dull gold running beneath her armor, which resembled painstakingly repaired pottery, pulsed with a soft, warm luminescence. "We remember them," Bran whispered, his voice a steady, emotional anchor in the dying world, "and we will carry them." Vesper let out a long, shuddering exhalation that smelled of ancient ozone and rain, her exhausted amber eyes fluttering shut. The relentless, suffocating need for vengeance that had driven her across the millennia had finally faded, replaced by a profound, agonizing peace. She slowly opened her eyes again, and for the first time since the apocalypse began, they were completely clear of rage. She looked at the huddled, weeping masses of humanity not as the heirs of her children's destroyers, but as a broken flock of survivors who were experiencing the exact same catastrophic loss she had endured. In a world that operated on the absolute philosophy that no one should face the end hungry, Bran knew his sacred duty was not yet finished. He withdrew his hand from the dragon's snout and walked slowly back to his canvas mat. His broad, underfed shoulders ached beneath the stitched steel plates of his leather apron, but he moved with an extreme, empathetic patience. He struck his flint, coaxing a horizontal, sideways burning flame to life beneath his largest, lead-weighted cast iron pot. Into the sluggish, hovering water, Bran carefully measured out pale chamomile, dried bitterroot, and the rare, sweet dried flowers he had salvaged from the shifting plains. He was brewing dragon tea, the specific recipe he had meticulously recorded in his book of meals, designed solely for grieving families. As the earthy, soothing aroma filled the thin, gravity-starved air, 10-year-old Elia stepped forward. The young girl, to whom the profound finality of death was merely a mythological, very long nap, intuitively understood the sacred nature of the ritual. She helped Bran guide the shimmering, floating spheres of hot tea into a massive, heavy iron basin. Bran and Harrow Vale, the towering former serial killer whose face was a gruesome tapestry of execution scars, carried the immense iron vessel to the edge of the plateau. Harrow did not speak, but as the massive giant set the heavy iron down before the ancient dragon, he touched the empty noose securely tied to his belt. Looking at the weeping monster who had just chosen mercy over violence, Harrow finally realized that if Vesper could let go of her profound hatred, he could truly let go of his own. His redemption was no longer a distant hope. It had been painstakingly forged in the pale dust of the last feast. Vesper lowered her colossal head, her star-pierced wings folding softly against her scarred sides. She delicately extended her long, dark tongue and drank the dragon tea. The shared warmth of the meal, though infinitely small compared to her half-mile-long frame, was love made tangible. It was an undeniable physical proof that compassion survives far longer than revenge. Sister Myrle, the elderly keeper of the empty graves, watched the communion with quiet reverence, fully realizing that the rituals of comfort had officially triumphed over the emptiness of the dying world. For the rest of the night, no one spoke. The thousands of immortal survivors simply sat together in the petrified basin, sharing the quiet gratitude of the feast. As the bruised twilight deepened into a starless, heavy dark, Vesper did not leave. She curled her colossal, heavily armored body around the perimeter of the fractured basin, acting as a massive living shield against the unnatural, upward-pulling winds. Sheltered beneath the shadow of her magnificent wings, the broken remnants of humanity finally laid down to sleep. Bran Ashfell sat by his dying, sideways embers, the book of meals resting securely against his hip, keeping watch alongside the dragon. The great gravity collapse would soon reach its absolute, terrifying climax, but for this one single, perfect evening, the last cook had fed the world, and the last mother had finally found her peace. Chapter 24, When the Sky Lets Go. The morning that followed the dragon's tears did not bring a sunrise, for the horizon itself had ceased to exist. The great gravity collapse, which had spent decades slowly unspooling the fundamental laws of nature, finally reached its absolute, terrifying climax. Deep beneath the petrified basin where the thousands of immortal survivors had gathered, a deafening, sustained fracture echoed through the planet's core. It was the horrifying sound of the world finally giving up. Gravity nearly disappeared entirely. The air was instantly sucked from the canyons below as the continents began drifting apart. The jagged edges of the coastal cliffs and the ancient mountain ranges shattered like fragile glass, peeling away from the Earth's mantle to become colossal, wandering islands in a bruised, infinite void. The oceans that had climbed the vertical faces of the rock were thrown completely into the dark canopy, forming massive, shimmering rivers of salt water that snaked through the starless sky. Human civilization had officially reached its final hours. Within the makeshift sanctuary of the bedrock basin, sheer, weightless chaos erupted. Because the planet had let go of its physical tether, everything not permanently anchored to the stone began to drift violently upward. Unsecured carts, loose cobblestones, and the pale dust of the dying lands were instantly swallowed by the abyss. The apocalypse had become entirely irreversible. Bran Ashfell was thrown from his heavy canvas mat as the basin violently tore free from the earth. His broad, underfed shoulders slammed against the stone, but the heavy leather apron, reinforced with stitched steel plates, absorbed the worst of the impact. His scarred hands, marked by countless burns, cuts, and old knife wounds, instinctively grabbed the thick iron handles of his lead-fused cast-iron pots. Because Oren Flint, the floating blacksmith, had forged the cookware with such immense density, Bran's traveling kitchen remained the only grounded point in his immediate vicinity. "Hold the iron," Bran shouted, his voice a steady, desperate anchor cutting through the screeching wind. "Hold on to the heavy things." A few paces away, Harrow Vale, the towering former serial killer, reacted with the terrifying, instinctual speed of a man forged by sheer survival. The massive giant, clad in his simple traveler's clothing and heavy gray cloak, immediately threw himself over a cluster of terrified, floating survivors. He unslung the old, heavy woodsman's axe he so deeply hated and drove the blunt iron head violently into a fissure in the bedrock, using the embedded weapon and his own immense, unarmored body weight as a physical tether to keep the family from drifting into the sky. His extremely pale face, carrying dozens of jagged execution scars, contorted in agonizing exertion, but his nearly colorless eyes were completely devoid of malice. Harrow was no longer a bringer of death, he was a desperate shield for the living. 10-year-old Elia was swept up by a violent, ascending updraft. To the young girl who had never seen anyone truly die and considered the concept of death merely taking a very long nap, the loss of the earth was not a tragedy but a magnificent, bizarre playground. She did not scream as she floated 30 feet into the gravity-starved air, her ragged clothing snapping in the wind. She simply reached out with her small, unscarred hands, treating the void exactly as she had treated the escaping loaves of bread in Cloudreach. Bran lunged upward, his heavy ash-coated boots pushing off the stone. He caught the frayed hemp rope tied around Elia's waist, his muscles screaming as he pulled his young apprentice back down to the safety of his weighted cast-iron pots. He wrapped his arms around her, shielding her with the stitched steel plates of his apron. The floating basin groaned, spinning wildly as it joined the constellation of drifting continents. It threatened to flip entirely, which would have spilled the thousands of survivors into the endless dark. But Vesper would not let them fall. The ancient dragon, nearly half a mile long, reacted with unimaginable power. She drove her colossal claws deep into the fractured perimeter of the floating basin, her weathered obsidian scales and veins of dull gold shifting under the immense strain. With a heavy, rhythmic beat of her star-pierced wings, where entire constellations shone brightly through the ragged tears, she counteracted the wild rotation of the drifting bedrock. Ancient chains that remained permanently fused into her scales pulled taut, snapping against the stone as she wrapped her colossal, heavily armored tail beneath the underside of the floating island. She became the living anchor for humanity's final remnants. Slowly, agonizingly, the violent spinning ceased. The basin stabilized, hovering peacefully in the void. The deafening roar of the earth breaking apart faded into a profound, suffocating silence. The survivors, trembling and weeping, slowly pushed themselves up from the pale dust, their hands raw from gripping whatever heavy stones or iron chains they could find. Bran stood up, his breathing heavy, and looked out over the edge of the floating plateau. The world below was entirely gone. There were no more plains, no more valleys, no more oceans. There was only a breathtaking, tragic diaspora of floating islands drifting endlessly in a bruised, bottomless sky. The planet had unspooled into nothingness. Harrow stepped up beside Bran, his calloused hand resting on the empty noose securely tied to his belt, his personal symbol of the inescapable existence he was condemned to endure. The giant looked at the dark expanse, completely awestruck by the sheer scale of the erasure. Sister Myrle, the elderly keeper of the empty graves, stood on Bran's other side, her hands clasped in quiet prayer, realizing that the earth itself had become the final empty grave. "It's over," Harrow rasped, his painfully honest voice barely a whisper in the thin air. "The earth is gone." Bran touched the small, leather-bound book of meals resting at his hip, the absolute final record of human history. He looked at the thousands of immortal survivors huddled on the drifting bedrock, people who were completely terrified, starving, and acutely aware that their endless, inescapable existence would now be spent drifting in the dark. In a reality where the profound finality of death had vanished, giving way to an agonizing eternity, Bran understood that despair was the only true enemy left. His philosophy demanded a response. If death gives life urgency, then without death, kindness must become the ultimate absolute. Bran turned his back on the empty void. He walked over to his canvas mat, unhooked his dense, lead-fused cast iron pots, and drew his enormous chef's knife from his utility belt. He looked at Elia, Harrow, Sister Myrle, and the weeping dragon who had just saved their lives. "The world is gone," Bran stated, his warm hazel eyes completely devoid of surrender. "But we are still here, and nobody should face the end hungry." Chapter 25, The Last Kitchen. The world did not end with a sudden, deafening cataclysm, but with a profound, terrifying untethering. As the massive, petrified basin drifted lazily into the bruised, infinite void, the final remnants of human civilization found themselves entirely unmoored from the laws of nature. The earth beneath their feet was actively breaking apart, the edges of the floating island crumbling away into the starless abyss. Yet at the absolute center of the terrified, huddled masses, Bran Ashfell stood steadfast before his heavy, lead-weighted cast-iron pots. He struck his flint, but the spark did not ignite a traditional flame. Gravity had completely collapsed, and the fire he coaxed to life simply detached from the wood, floating in the thin air as a brilliant, glowing orb of horizontal heat. Bran did not pause to marvel at the unraveling physics. His warm hazel eyes, permanently framed by exhaustion and a gentle, unyielding resolve, remained focused purely on his task. He drew his enormous chef's knife from his utility belt and began to meticulously chop the remaining roots and dried mushrooms, his scarred hands moving with an extreme, empathetic patience. "Bring the bowls," Bran commanded softly, his voice an unbreakable anchor for the weeping survivors. Bring every heavy piece of iron we have left." Harrow Vale, the towering former serial killer, stepped forward to assist. He had spent decades believing that violence was a permanent solution, but as he moved among the crowds, his pale, scarred face held only a solemn dedication to service. He gathered the dense iron plates and distributed them to the thousands of people sitting in the pale dust. Bran poured the last of his salvaged water into the hovering fire. It did not boil within the pot. Instead, the heat forced the liquid to crawl from the heavy iron, forming shimmering, scalding spheres of soup that hovered suspended in the bruised atmosphere. Moving with joyful, unburdened grace, 10-year-old Elia utilized her woven net to gently corral the floating broth, carefully guiding the warm spheres down into the heavy iron bowls. Harrow held out to her. Meanwhile, the ash bread that Bran had prepared began to bake in the chained, floating stone ovens. As the yeast reacted with the ambient heat, the golden loaves tore themselves free from the baking peels and rose gently into the dark canopy. They drifted upward like a fleet of magnificent, glowing lanterns illuminating the endless, empty void. The floating children chased them, their laughter slicing through the suffocating despair as they retrieved the escaping bread and brought it back to the ground. The meal was distributed to every single survivor on the drifting rock. Strangers who had once been locked in endless, futile wars over territory that no longer existed sat shoulder to shoulder, sharing the warmth of the heavy iron bowls. Sister Myrle, the elderly keeper of the empty graves, sat peacefully beside Oren Flint, the floating blacksmith, breaking the warm bread and sharing it in silent communion. Harrow sat quietly near the edge of the camp, his calloused hands wrapped around a bowl of cloud soup, a man entirely redeemed not through absolution, but through absolute, unyielding service. Curled around the jagged perimeter of the floating basin was Vesper, the last mother. The ancient dragon, whose colossal wings were riddled with ragged tears that allowed entire constellations to shine through, lowered her massive, beautiful head. Bran walked over to her, his heavy leather apron groaning against his broad shoulders, and gently placed a massive iron basin of the meal before her shattered, root-like horns. She delicately accepted the offering, sharing in the feast alongside the very bloodline she had hunted for 10 millennia. There were absolutely no speeches. The thousands of immortal survivors did not need hollow platitudes or grand declarations of hope. As the world literally broke into pieces beneath them, casting civilizations into the dark, they simply ate in a profound, heavy silence. There was only quiet gratitude. In a reality where the profound finality of death had vanished, condemning humanity to an endless existence, Bran had successfully proven that if death could no longer give life its urgency, kindness must. The last cook had fed the end of the world. Chapter 26, Legacy. Thousands of years later, the Earth was nothing more than a mythological memory. The universe was a vast, bruised expanse filled with drifting oceans and wandering, petrified islands suspended forever in the dark. Human civilization had fragmented, scattered across the drifting ruins in small, isolated communities of immortal travelers. They no longer remembered the great gravity collapse, nor did they remember the sprawling city of Athelgard or the floating bakery of Cloudreach. The name Bran Ashfell had been entirely lost to the crushing weight of the centuries. Yet amongst these wandering survivors, heavily guarded fragments of a frayed, leather-bound journal continued to be passed down from generation to generation. The pages contained recipes for ash bread, cloud soup, and dragon tea. The travelers did not know the man who had originally penned the Book of Meals, but they meticulously followed the singular, sacred tradition his philosophy had established. No one should face the end hungry. Every time strangers crossed paths on the drifting bedrock, they did not draw rusted blades to fight. Instead, they immediately built a fire and shared whatever heavy roots and floating water they possessed, turning every meal into a testament of unyielding compassion. Far away from the scattered remnants of humanity, on a remarkably lonely floating island adrift in the deep void, a solitary fire burned brightly. Vesper lay perfectly still beside the sideways burning flames. The Last Mother was a magnificent, awe-inspiring monument of the old world. The brilliant veins of dull gold running beneath her weathered obsidian scales glowed warmly in the firelight, and the ancient chains forged by panicked men centuries ago remained permanently fused into her armor. Small, pale flowers continue to miraculously bloom from the deep cracks along her massive spine where moisture had collected. She was the last living witness to the earth that used to be. Vesper did not roar, and her enormous, amber eyes held absolutely no sorrow. The profound, suffocating grief that had defined her existence for 10,000 years had vanished completely. She was no longer seeking vengeance for the emerald nesting valley or the hatchlings she had lost to the flames. She had finally understood the ultimate truth of the unspooling universe. Revenge inevitably fades when there is no one left to hate. With an agonizing, slow grace, the ancient dragon reached out with a single, colossal claw. Resting securely near the glowing embers protected from the unnatural winds was the completed original Book of Meals. Vesper delicately adjusted the heavy, lead-weighted cast-iron pot hovering over the fire. She was meticulously preparing one of the recipes the wandering cook had taught her thousands of years ago, the comforting aroma of swaying dry herbs and pale roots filling the gravity-starved air. She kept his cookbook alive. In a dying reality where the mountains had floated away and the sky had let go of the dirt, the ancient monster had willingly transformed herself into the eternal guardian of humanity's finest memory. Vesper settled her massive head against the stone, the smell of the warm soup wrapping around her like a blanket, ensuring that the quiet compassion of one wandering cook would definitively outlast kingdoms, dragons, and even the world itself. Copyright and credits. The Cook and the Dragon at World's End, copyright 2026 by BAAL Studios, all rights reserved. This book is a work of literary and post-apocalyptic fantasy. Names, characters, places, and incidents are the product of the creator's imagination and the structural blueprints of the story Bibles. Any resemblance to actual floating cities, dying universes, or ancient dragons is entirely coincidental. Acknowledgements. Building a reality where the profound finality of death has permanently vanished required an extensive architectural blueprint of lore, philosophy, and unspooling physics. This novel would not exist without the meticulous story Bibles that guided our path through the dark canopy. First and foremost, thank you to the creative minds at BAAL Studios for bringing Bran Ashfell, the 34-year-old wandering cook, to life. His guiding philosophy, that food is love made tangible and no one should face the end hungry, became the absolute emotional heartbeat of this narrative. We must credit the intricate location Bible and lore appendix for giving us breathtaking, tragic landscapes like Cloudreach, the floating bakery city where children catch escaping bread with woven nets, and the shifting gravity wells that tore the earth apart. Charting the Great Gravity Collapse, a systemic unraveling where objects grew light in year 1, mountains floated by year 15, and entire continents drifted into the void by year 30, gave this story its terrifying, inescapable beauty. To the character Bible, which provided our ensemble cast with such devastatingly human flaws. Thank you for Harrow Vale, the 47-year-old former serial killer who discovered that monsters are just people who have lived too long with their hatred, and who earned his redemption through absolute unyielding service. Thank you for Sister Myrle, the keeper of the empty graves, who proved that rituals still matter even when the corpses refuse to stay buried. And thank you for Vesper, our half-mile-long last mother, whose wings allowed entire constellations to shine through her ragged tears. Her transition from a creature of blinding rage over her lost hatchlings to an eternal guardian of memory proved our core thematic truth: compassion survives much longer than revenge. Special recognition goes to the Symbolism Bible and the Recipe Book, which allowed us to weave wooden spoons, broken chains, and empty bowls into the very fabric of the world, effectively turning food into literature. Every dish chronicled in the narrative, from the ash bread forged after the wheat stopped growing to the cloud soup invented when water would no longer boil, was designed to memorialize a broken society. The concept of dragon tea, prepared specifically for grieving families, remains one of the proudest emotional backbones of this novel. Finally, we owe a profound debt to the philosophy Bible that anchored this dying world. Writing a story without the natural urgency of death meant discovering new reasons to exist. We hope this book proves that while every meal is temporary and memory is heavier than stone, kindness must endure.